Hi guys, welcome back. I'm here with Super Grandmaster
It's not true. That's a lie. I'm not a super grandmaster.
Ilja Zaragatski. And yeah, I'm just here for a couple of minutes because he will be playing here for 4 hours. I'm just here to say that due to technical problems, the Spanish broadcast is not gonna continue until 11:30 probably from Madrid or something like this. So yeah, I'm really sorry guys that I cannot continue with you guys here. But Ilya is gonna try to crush you all, and I hope you guys have a lot of fun with him. So that's it. So I'm going home.
All right, baby. Thanks.
Yeah, and
Thank
have
you
fun.
for the earliest shift. I'm gonna
Yeah.
take over. I think I'm gonna cannibalize on all of your Spanish audience as well.
Yeah.
So let's get cracking.
All right, man.
All right. Hi all. Here from Hamburg. It's 6 o'clock and 11 minutes in the morning. As you can imagine, I'm a little bit tired, but still I'm going to try to win all the games, which of course is not going to happen. No, my goal is kind of to just stay above 2600 at the end of my shift, which is going to continue until 11 o'clock. No, 10 o'clock. And I do have a couple of challenges already, so I think I'm just going to accept one and get going. Let me just check the chat if everything is going fine. Can you see me, hear me? And then I can accept the first challenge. I think I'm going to go with someone not super high rated to get into it and take it from there. So, this is my first challenge. Splits. Spills from the United States. I guess it's not quite as early there. Opening up with d4. Let's see, I'm gonna play my favorite opening against d4. The Banco, which... yeah, that's not going to happen. Which is a pity that Pepe left, because he recently published a series on the Banco on the Perunovic line, which I have actually employed myself already. Now, this is something different. This is the Trumpovsky. Still theory. Queen a5 check to force white to play c3. Now the knight returns. Now knight d2 is the main line. I think I'm gonna take on d4. Knight b3. And now there's a couple of moves. Queen b6 used to be the old main line. Then queen d4 is coming. Knight c6. Queen takes b6, a takes b6, I get a double pawn, but more control over the center. Queen f5 is also possible, but I'm going to go queen d8. Now, white usually recaptures with the pawn on d4, and now I'm going to play e6, inviting my opponent to play e4, and then after d5, trying to get a French structure going, since French is one of my favorite openings against one e4. So, this part worked out. Now let's see how to continue. Okay, I think I'm going to just put my knight to b6, maybe play bishop d7, a5, a4, try to get something going on the queen side. Not sure if this is the most critical way to play. Might consider knight c4 at some point, just to attack this bishop on e3 and this pawn on b2. Not sure if bishop e3 was the most critical move, but we'll see. Okay, let me just check the chat. Looks like everything is working fine. Rook c1. I might still consider knight c4 with a pawn sacrifice, but yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna have enough compensation. Rook c8 for a start to get one piece more into the game, and then once the bishop on f1 moves, say for example to d3, then I can still play knight c4. Or maybe even knight b4. Yeah, I'm gonna harass him. Just try to play some annoying moves. Let's see what happens. Bishop b1. Actually, now I can consider bishop b5, stopping him from castling. I'm going to take on... Do I want to take on c1? Then knight takes c1. Maybe the knight will... come on, let's take it. Okay, I just want to play bishop b5, stop white from castling, and continue development after that. queen takes. Now bishop b5, I thought it was nice with bishop d3 in the air. Quite like my position here. Queen d1. That's where the queen just came from. I don't mind that. Okay, I could just play bishop e7, then after a3 retreat the knight. Do I have something better? Knight c4, bishop c1. Doesn't look like that gives me a lot. I might want to put the queen to c7 and try to get something going on the c file, which looks like it's more important right now than playing bishop e7 and castles. Ah, king f2, of course, that's a valid idea. Yeah. Alright, I guess I'm gonna try to play bishop e7 and castle, then play f6 and try to open up the position a little bit. Although I think white will be just in time. Okay. If I castle now, then bishop h7, king takes h7, knight g5 is already quite dangerous, so I'm not going to do that. But play f6 first. Still not sure everything is working technically quite well. If you guys can hear me, see me, just give me a word and I'll know. f5. Oof. What's happening here? Actually, I don't mind the position opening up, so I'm just gonna castle. If he takes on e6 now, I'm gonna take on e5 and pretend like opening up the f file is of some use to me. Okay, I'm gonna play knight c4 now, attack this bishop, get some extra pressure on e5 going. And I think I'm better here. Because my pieces are more active, my king is safer. And I've got the initiative. Bishop f4. Okay, I could just take on b2 now. I kind of wanted to play for an attack instead. I can take on e5, knight takes e5, play bishop d6. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Need to watch out a little bit for the time, since I'm a little bit down on the clock, but I think it's within reason still. Yeah. Now this king on g1 is really stuck, and the rook on h1 is not getting into the game anytime soon. So I'm quite positive about my chances. And probably my opponent is not so positive because he's starting to think really deeply now. Might be just too late. Yeah, what could he do? Take on e6. Toy with the idea of playing queen h5, mating me on h7. But I think I should be in time to... that's also possible. Okay, if I just take on e5, what's happening? Now if he takes on e6 in between, I have knight g6 at least. If I take on e5, he takes on e6. Yeah, that's tricky. Oof. Am I throwing it away here? Take on e5, take on e6. Not quite awake yet. I do have bishop c5 check, but then my position is not that great at all. Yeah, maybe I can take on e5, then give a check on b6 after he captures my pawn on e6. And then he doesn't have a good way to defend against the check. And I'm going to take on f4 with a check myself. If he doesn't recapture on e6, then I think I'm just a pawn up and a position up. So that's good. Now, my opponent is in deep thinking. Yeah, probably doesn't have anything better than playing something rather passive like bishop e3, and now I have the time to take a little breather here. I can take on f5, play g6 if he recaptures. I think I'm gonna do that. Probably not my best game, but should be enough to win. If he takes, I can just take and play queen g7. Now after this move I just go away. I have to be a little bit careful with my weak king, but oh yeah, rook f1 is actually quite a heavy threat, and now I just won the queen. And now I'm going to mate him, and this is what I did. Yay, me! I won a point. That's great. All right. Let's keep the challenges coming. Who might I want to take on now? I'm just gonna pick someone randomly, and I'm gonna start still slowly into the day. So my opponent was just 2000 player. Let's take someone similar. Okay, let's take this one actually. I might get crushed because it's so early in the morning, and also I'm black, but let's risk it. Okay, at least I can do a pre-move, that also helps, and another pre-move, and let's see what's happening. Okay, I'm gonna operate under the assumption that everything is going fine technically and just play my games. Now, this is something that I sometimes get with opposite colors, this position with the tempo down, where white has quite some decent chances for an advantage. But here, of course, being black with the tempo down, I'm trying to equalize. But I think this position is quite fine. My opponent is just exchanging everything in the center, which I'm not sure is the most critical way to play. I can take on d1 or take on c5. In both cases, I think I have quite easy play. I'm just gonna exchange the queens, which at this hour in the morning is probably the wise thing to do, so I don't blunder anything in the middle game and just play an end game that might be a little bit better for me with this typical long range weapon on g7. Okay, so let's play rook b8, threaten this guy on b2, and see if we can get something going. It's quite a pity that I can't find the chat. Otherwise I could be reacting to what you guys have to say. Knight d4. Okay. c5. Now knight c6, rook b7. This knight looks a little bit lost, although it does have a square on a5 later on. But I think he has to go to c6. Otherwise, I might just win a pawn on b2, or at least get some pressure going. Still gonna try to find the chat. Why is this chat Spanish? This is what confuses me. Yeah, I found it, it's English, and everything seems to be working fine, so I can finally focus on my play and maybe try to do something actually of value. Alright, knight c6, bishop, rook b7, now bishop e2, that's not a bad move. I can play rook c7, but then I would lose some pressure on the b file. I don't want to play knight b4. Yeah, I'm going to play rook c7. Now, of course, this bishop is protected by the knight is protected by the bishop on c8, and this knight is hanging. So he should play knight a5, I guess. And then I might consider knight b4. Yeah, I think I'm going to go knight b4 then, just to free my bishop for development later on. Okay, I think a3 would be a sensible thing to do. Then I will retreat my knight. Not actually sure what I'm doing in this position, but I do have some pressure against the b2 pawn, which kind of makes me happy for the moment. Okay, so next move I want to develop this bishop, then get the other rook to b8. This knight on a5 has actually found quite a good spot. So I'm going to challenge it now on c4. We're playing bishop a6, and now this is somewhat of a nasty pin. I might consider knight b6 soon, or maybe rook b8 first. Rook b1. Okay, so if I go knight b6, then b3, and it's actually fine for him. So maybe rook b8 first. Rook e1. That's also possible. Except that I have knight c3 and probably just winning material. That went well. Also a little bit lucky. But I need to get started slowly today, and later on I'm going to do some handicap blitz as well. I'm going to try blindfold maybe. I'm going to try some clock odds. And what I also want to do is to play with some handicap cards that someone, I think it was Jan and Tex back in the days, prepared, that are lying around here in the studio, like this one, for example. Hope you guys can read it while I try to make some sensible moves here. So this one, for example, says organize a shuffled deck of playing cards during your game. So that would be an extra challenge. But this one, for example, I like even more. In the meantime, I'm gonna grab a pawn here. So don't move your a8, a1, a8 rook the entire game. I think this is quite difficult, especially if the opponent knows about this rule. But I'm still gonna try to make it work. I think it's going to be quite a lot of fun. There's another card saying you have to castle queenside. I think I can make that happen. But I think it's going to be a lot of fun using those cards later on. So I won this game. 2 out of 2, that ain't bad. And let's move further. All right, who do I want to accept? Maybe someone, 2,500, that's too much. You guys cannot really see my challenges. Okay, let's play this guy, 2,300, and then, since I have read in the chat that you were asking about me accepting lower rated players, I'm going to accept someone below 2,000. That's a promise. All right, just mentioned that the French was one of my favorite openings against e4, and here we have a French. I played this knight g e7 line. Basically, I've been playing it all my life since I've been playing the French, and I've been taught this line by none other than Igor Glek. Maybe some of you guys still know this Grandmaster from Russia. He used to be number 12 in the world, rated 2670. I think it was 96 or something. And he's quite a decent player still, but not playing so much anymore. And he used to coach me at some point in my young career, and he taught me this line, and I really liked it. All those structures with bishop takes f5, e takes f5, I really liked to play them. Put your bishop to e6, the other one to e7, and then oftentimes just play h6, g5, castle longside, and that's actually quite fun. Now, this is still a theoretical line. I cannot really take on d4 because he's going to take with the f knight and then play bishop e3, pinning my knight. I'm going to lose material because after bishop c5, then b4 wins some material. I don't suppose that you could follow this, but the idea is now playing a5 to take on d4 next move, and then I will have this move bishop to c5 to deal with the pin of bishop e3. So now I think white mainly takes on f5 to get rid of this pressure against the pawn, but also some, I don't quite remember who it was, but some strong grandmaster played king h1 once against me, in a rapid tournament. But that is obviously quite deep and Grandmaster like to play this way, so bishop takes f5 is the natural move. Okay, so now my opponent is just attacking this poor guy on f5. I can play f4, but then just knight c2, and I would have difficulties defending this guy on f4. Could play knight b4, but then queen b1, and don't really see a continuation. Don't want to go g6. But I could play maybe queen a6 and exchange queens, which is obviously one of the favorite things to do. Not too happy with this ending though. Maybe bishop e6? No, that was fine. So what can I do here? I could play some rook c8, knight takes f5, knight b4, queen b1, knight c2 idea. Nah, I'm just gonna play queen a6. Actually, I might consider taking back with the pawn. I'm going to do that because the rook is somewhat clumsy on a6, but now that I've thought about it, I might actually recapture with the rook and put it to b6. Actually, b takes a6 is sometimes an idea to open some files against white's queen side, but of course that also weakens some squares along the c file. Now this knight on f1 is somewhat far away from c5, which is one of the vulnerable squares on this file, so I might still consider it. What should I play here? Nah, let's not go crazy too early. Let's just take back with the rook and then see if we can activate it via b6. So I do have quite some spirits in this structure, so I'm actually quite positive about my chances here. I might want to put the king to d7 here because there's no big danger of getting mated with the queens off the board, and the king should be close to the center in the endgame. That's usually a good idea. Now my opponent is playing rook d1 with the idea of playing knight e1, then maybe d3. But now I can actually already consider f4, g5, just to get my light squared bishop alive. Or I could just play king d7, rook c8. At least I should do something because I'm not exactly winning on time here. Let's play f4. So I think he should retreat to f1, and then I'm going to go g5 and be happy with my life. Of course, I'm not going to mate the white king with the queens off the board, but I have grabbed some space. I am threatening to kick this knight away with g4 at my leisure, so he plays h3. That's sensible. I could play h5 and renew this threat, but I prefer to develop my pieces. Put the rook maybe to c8 and the other one to b6. a4, knight a5 is also an idea. I can also consider f6 at some point. So as you can see, this position is quite rich, and this is why I like it so much. And actually white does have some trouble developing his pieces because this pawn is always hanging on d4. Now rook b1, I have bishop f5, so that didn't really bring white forward in any way. So I just continue development, rook b6. Now I'm not sure what to do with my rook on h8 yet, so I'm going to just keep it there and renew the threat of g4. G3, yeah, that is possible to get some counterplay. Now I could play g4, knight h4 and just take the guy. Or I could play bishop e4. Could also just take on g3. So many possibilities. Rook b3 might also be an option. Rook b3 looks funny. I think I'm gonna play rook b3. Let me just calculate if my rook doesn't get captured. Now let's play it. Maybe not the best move, but at least it looks fun. So he can play knight d2, but then I'm going to go to d3, and then I'm going to capture this pawn on d4. And other than that, there's no easy way for white to deal with this threat against the knight on f3. You don't want to play king g2 because of bishop e4, for example, or just g4 and then bishop e4. So my opponent is thinking. Let me check what's going on in the chat. The capped piece variation. Mate with the capped piece. What's a capped piece? This is not my mother tongue. You have to explain these things to me. So, knight g1. That's a little bit passive, but maybe solid. Can I play f3 here, or is this too much? Yeah, let's try it. I just want to cut this knight out of the game for the rest of the game. He does have knight e3, but then I just go to... Yeah, I'm gonna go to e4. And after knight d3, I wanted to go to knight d2, rook d3. He can take on d4 now. Now I could consider g4 or knight takes d4. What do I like more? Yeah, let's go g4. Knight d1, rook takes d4, and it's really hard to unwrap for... it's really hard to unwrap for white because everything is pinned and the pieces don't have moves really. Now b4, that looks a little bit desperate already. I'm just going to take those... Ah, no, that was actually not desperate. That was quite clever. Oh. All right, I'm a bit in trouble here, so I'm going to have to speed up. Yeah, I'm losing in exchange now. Yeah, I don't actually see how to continue, so I'm going to gamble a bit. Yeah, position is bad, but my opponent just gave me a rook for free. That is, of course, helpful, and now I'm a piece up, and I should convert this. For that, I will have to stop talking a bit. Okay, I'm gonna bring my rook to the game, if I'm allowed. That kind of helps. Okay, and now the b-pawn needs to run. Run b-pawn. Ah. Oh no, I'm going to lose on time. Ah, lost on time. Damn it, was talking too much. All right. Yeah, I guess that would happen. That will happen a couple more times today. But okay, congratulations to RWC from the United States. Thanks for playing. Okay, so I promise to accept someone somewhat weaker in this game. M. Martinez from Italy. I hope you're there. Let's start a game. d4. Okay, so I played, or nah, I tried to play the Benko. Now I'm going to play the Benko if my opponent allows. That looks better. In the meantime, I should drink my coffee to get my energy levels up. It's actually a signed mug, but I don't know who signed it. Do you have any idea? Not sure. Is it Jan? Is it Svidla? Is it Yusupov? Is it Sopiko? Can be anyone. Except me. I never signed a mug. Alright, so my opponent just took on c5, which is not considered the most critical continuation because it kind of allows me easy development. Play d6, got the pawn back, knight c3. I'm just gonna castle. So I could play with d5, I could play some kind of in a hedgehog style with a6, maybe b6, bishop b7. I think that's what I prefer to do. I like to play the hedgehog. I think d5 should equalize. But I like, yeah, let's go a6, then I'm gonna go b6, bishop b7, then maybe just put the bishop back to e7, d6, knight bd7, and take it from there. Always nice if you know a couple of moves in the opening that you can play. It gives you a feeling of security for the rest of the game, so I'm going to do that. not so easy for white to to develop a bit. This bishop on c1 is stuck in a way. He can play, of course, b3 and bishop b2. That's what he does. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Then probably he's going to put one rook to c1, queen d1, rook f, queen d2, rook f d1 is going to follow. But I'm fine with that. I'm going to put my knight to bd7, then queen c7, rooks to c8 and d8, and do the typical hedgehog stuff. Of course, this is not a real hedgehog because the pawn is on e3, which gives white a little bit less space than usually. So I'm not too worried here. Now, I'm not sure if c2 is exactly the best spot for the queen, because I'm going to follow up with rook c8, and then this vis-a-vis along the c-file is going to be somewhat nasty for white, since I will be toying with ideas of playing b5 or d5, and now this pawn on c4 might prove a threat at some point. Not a threat, but a weakness, and I might be threatening to win it. Okay, so I think d5 is quite a decent move here. Maybe also b5 is possible. Queen c7, of course, is a valid idea. Okay, if I go d5, he might take back, queen b3, something like this. Looks very equalish to me. So I'm going to increase the pressure along the c-file, and now d5 is maybe more of a threat. So, Mikhail Ovsepian is guessing that it was Yusupov's signature on the mug. Well, possible. I don't have any idea. We're gonna have to ask him. I don't think it's Yusupov's though, because the paint has peeled a little bit off already, and Yusupov signed this quite recently, so I would guess it's... maybe it's Jan. Rook fd1. Okay, if I go d5 now, he might just take and play rook c1. I'm gonna move the queen and play it slow. I'm not in a hurry here. Maybe play rook c7, rook fc8, queen a8 is always an option. I'm just gonna move my pieces around and not play d5 for a moment. I might have won some material after d5 if white continued not in the best way, but I think if white plays correctly, then he's fine. So yeah, let's go rook c7. Don't see why I shouldn't. Put the other one to c8, increase the pressure on the c-file. Then maybe queen a8, knight e4 might become an idea. And then still watch out for those levers in the center with d5 or on the queen side with b5. h3 is always a useful move to make. And now queen d2, finally my opponent put the queen to the correct square. Okay, queen e8, just increasing a little bit of pressure, not really doing much. Maybe knight e5 becomes an idea because I can then take back with a tempo, since the g2 pawn is going to be hanging. And now a4. Now this b4 pawn might become weak. d5 might already be an idea. If he takes, take on b4, but this might end messy. Okay, I'm going to make myself some luft as well. Still don't quite know what to do next. I don't want to play a5 because that would give away the square on b5. And if I play d5, then he can just take, and if I have to take back, then I didn't gain a whole lot. So I'm still gonna basically not do anything. Knight e4 is also an idea, but don't see the benefit of exchanging those knights just now. Spanish doesn't like the hedgehogs. That is a very hedgehog unfriendly thing to say. I think they're quite cute animals actually. Bishop a1. But of course, I admit the structure is not for everyone. You have to remain passive in some passages of the game for quite a long time, as I have been doing now, which maybe wasn't even that good of an idea. Okay, I need to do something at some point if I want to win this game. Otherwise, we will just move our pieces back and forth. But I could flag him. So let's see. D5, take, 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 exchange everything. Nah, don't like it. Okay, I'm gonna play knight f8 because on some lines I felt like this knight was hanging a little bit along the d file. Oh, now my opponent is building up a battery against this pawn on g7, but I'm going to play bishop f8 next move and defend this pawn on g7 prophylactically. What kind of ideas might I else have? Yeah, actually I think I'm going to go d5 next move if he plays rook cd1, because then the knight will be hanging. So this is a game of patience a little bit, and at some point one of the parties will try to strike somehow, and in this case I'm just winning some material. Even though things are not exactly trivial yet, because my opponent might get the rook to d8 later on and create some counterplay, but I'm just some material up, a piece for now. And I think I'm winning here. Also on the clock I'm quite ahead, so that's good. So Alberto Muniz is also of the opinion that hedgehogs are a little bit tricky to play because you have to remain passive. But yeah, I guess it's a question of taste. And I like to be passive. Also, I like to be pieces up, and that's what I am. So things are good. Now I'm blocking the d file a bit, attacking this guy. On c3, if the bishop moves, I'm just going to take on b4 with the bishop. I'm kind of a piece up with the queen against two rooks, and my opponent resigns. All right. Okay, let's take the next challenge. Who might I want to accept now? Okay, let's take on someone really serious, and this is Donor. Donor is from the United States. Oh, my score is 2-0 against this guy, so that's good. But I don't really have much time. It's a 3-minute game. And Donor is also a mod. Oh no, don't take on d5. Why would you ever take on d5? Ugh, don't like this. Okay, this I can kind of deal with. I really don't like the exchange French. But for some reason people don't play it against me in tournament games. Like almost never. I think the last game that someone played the exchange French against me was in 2013 because my opponent, who was an IM, just needed a draw for... No, he was not an IM, but he wanted to become one, and this is why he exchanged on d5 to get a draw and get an IM norm, and he succeeded. So, okay, now we still have kind of a symmetrical structure, but the pawn is on c5, so this pawn on d4 might become weak at some point. And I inserted rook e8, bishop f8, because the bishop is much better placed here on e7, not standing in the way. And I got the knight to e4 because I want to exchange on c3 at a good moment, and then recapture on b6 like so with the pawn, because this structure is going to be quite nice. Now these pawns are somewhat weak. I want to play bishop a6, exchange along the a file, put the knight maybe to c4 later, queen a8, and this bishop is a little bit of a passive piece, yeah, except if he goes to f4. Okay, so maybe rook, bishop a6 now, or maybe just knight c6, knight a5, knight e. Okay, let's just play some moves. I need to speed up a bit since 3 minutes is really tricky. Yeah, that's a good move. anticipating bishop a6, and then I have some problems with this pawn on c7. Yeah, I might need to exchange these guys, because otherwise the pressure on c7 was increasing. Okay, I'm just going to put the knight to a5 now, since the queen went to d2 and threatened some knight c4 in some lines. Okay, what can I do? Okay, I'm just gonna take this guy. Yeah, not too happy how things went, but okay, let's stick to it. So I didn't manage to exchange those light squared bishops, but at least I got my knight to a5, which is quite a nice square, and I might jump to c4 when it's convenient. I do have some problems with the back rank, so I might want to play h6 or something really soon. Bishop e4 might be an idea in the next move. And also I should maybe gain some control over the e-file in the next moves. But at least I'm up on the clock, so that's good. And let's see what happens. It's not so easy for white to make progress either, so statically my pawn structure is a bit better. I have one fewer pawn island, so things should be fine. Okay, so 95, he probably wants to go queen f4. No, he wants to go g4. That's interesting. I want to go to e4, but after f3 I will have to go to g6. He might exchange. Let's just go to c8. Now I want to play f6 next move and just exchange those rooks and maybe jump to c4 at some point. I might want to play h5 too. Okay. Let's see. I could take and play king f8. Maybe just, yeah, let's play it safe. Queen d8, don't want to give away the control over the e-file. I'm up on the clock and my position is solid, so least I could do is to flag him. King f8 is always a useful move. Now probably queens are going to be exchanged and then I need some follow-up. What would be my follow-up? Just bring the king to the center and play some quick moves. Might consider c5, but okay, let's go g5. Oh, that's ambitious. And f6, put my pawns to dark squares. Take it from there. Okay, I just need to move quickly now. Okay, I'm fine with this ending actually, because I wanna put the bishop here and see if I can get a distant passed pawn. Not gonna happen. Actually, is this Zugzwang? Yeah, that's winning. Oof, that was close. But all's well that ends well, I guess. So, increase my score against Donor. Don't actually know the name, but Donor is a mod on Chess24, doing some honorable work for us, controlling the chat rooms and making sure that everything's going well in the chat and that no one is insulted. So thank you for your service, Donor, and thank you for the point you just gave me. If you want to become a mod, you can do this too by contacting Malte, our community manager. And if you want to grab a badge called Winner Against the GM, then probably now is a good time to do so, since I think I'm quite easy to beat today. All right. Let's pick someone a bit lower rated. let's pick Spanish. Spanish has been quite active in the chat. I guess he's from Spain. So, oh, no, from the United States. So we should award his activity in the chat. Okay, I just played g3. I think that's called the Hungarian opening. Just because I can make an easy pre-move after that, bishop g2. So pre-moves are always good. And now we got some kind of Slav without me playing d4 yet. I do get this position quite often in my games. I usually open with knight f3, and now this is simply a different move order. This is a very solid setup for black. Black usually puts the bishop to g4, then at some point exchanges on f3, plays e6, knight bd7, and it's really hard to crack this fortress. Rook e8 is another idea. Black usually wants to play knight bd7 and follow up with e5, but here queen c2 is somewhat of a tricky move, because after knight d7 I can put my knight to c3 and then try to take on d5 quickly and play knight b5. Now after bishop f3 I play d3, which is a move that I'm playing most of the time in this line anyway. Then I can put my knight to d2, maybe think about expansion on the queen side with b4, maybe b5, opening up this long diagonal for the bishop. I think these two moves, rook e8 and bishop f5, don't mix too well together, so I'm quite happy with the opening so far. Pramod is asking how many languages I speak. Well, does Latin count? Well, I guess just 3. I was born in Russia, so this is kind of my mother tongue, but my Russian is not really that great. Other than that, it's German and English. And I did have Latin at school, but that doesn't really help me speak it. So 3 would be the answer. All right, so I might consider taking on d5 at some point. I don't really like his bishop on f5. I should have played maybe knight h4 and tried to harass this bishop, because it doesn't really have any good squares. He might go to e6 then. So let's see if we can somehow... Yeah, actually I'm going to play knight d4 now. And bishop g4 I'm going to reply h3. Other than that, I'm going to just take the guy and maybe even ruin black's pawn structure. So I like my position now. It's quite a typical maneuver, knight d4, to use this bishop as a means to gain a tempo. And in this case, I'm just going to take this guy. Or am I? I might play e4 and maybe just win the piece. Let's calculate. Actually, maybe I should start with c5 so I don't get into any trouble on this diagonal, because if I play e4, he takes, I take bishop g4, f3, then there's some trouble along this diagonal. But I can play h3 instead of f3, and also, yeah, I should play c5, I guess. c5, e4, he does have some ideas playing e5 at the right moment, counterattacking my knight and thus gaining a new square for the bishop if I retreat it. So c5, queen, c7, e4, takes, e5. I might take on f5 and win a pawn then. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So first of all, let's do one of my favorite things, close the position. Don't know why I pre-moved queen takes c5. He's not going to take this guy, but it's not gonna hurt anyway. All right, queen c7, and now I wanted to follow up with e4. So maybe black should take on e4. Well, he doesn't need to take necessarily. Probably it's not a good idea to take. But play bishop g4, h3, then e5. But I feel like I can make it work somehow, maybe win a pawn or just get a good position after that. At least I would be very surprised if there wasn't any good follow-up Although, of course, I don't see one just now, but yeah, he plays e5. Okay, so I thought at least I can take on f5 and take back. I mean, take with a knight, take back with a pawn, gain a pawn. Can also take on f5 and then recapture on d4, but I feel like I'm giving him the e-file then. I'm just going to take like this and recapture. Now this is a better version for black than exchanging on e4 first, because then those two d-pawns would be gone and I would have this e4 square for my pieces, also the c4 square, put the knight to d6. This way at least black does have a center, but his king is quite weak. And later on I might consider g4, g5, things like these. The next move is probably going to be something like rook e1 or maybe knight f3, knight h4, just improve my pieces. They say spit and polish, just keep my position as it is and gain some extra control, not do anything too aggressive, just make sure that I continue having the grip over the position and convert later on. Now, e4 is a sensible move, since black desperately needs some squares for his knight, so he frees this e5 square. Do I want to take on e4? Yeah, actually I could take on e4 and create some squares for my knight as well. I could also play d4 and play it a little bit slower. Then maybe knight f1, knight e3. He might consider e3. I think he would play that because you always want to play active in blitz games and gain some squares for the knights. Okay, I'm just gonna take. I can actually just win a pawn. Or can I take on e4? He takes, I take on g7. That's possible. Can also play rook e1. Yeah, I think this pawn is not running away anytime soon anyway, so that's fine. If he plays knight e5, I'm just going to take on e4 then, and then I'm 2 pawns up. e3. That's interesting. Okay, I'm just going to take. 2 pawns are 2 pawns. He might have some pressure here, knight g4, bishop h6, but I really don't believe it because his king is quite weak. Now, if it was my turn, I would put the knight to d6. Now he stops me from doing so. Let's see. It's not that simple yet. I'm just gonna go knight c4, exchange those guys. And I am 2 pawns up. So, looks good. Also, I'm up on the clock. That is good news. Okay, so he goes knight fd7, but now knight d6. Does win some material. And I'm positive to win against Spanish from the United States. Let's grab this guy before he runs away. Now just bring my pieces into play. And win somehow. Might consider something like f6. Nah, not gonna do that. Let's just increase the pressure. I want to play rook d1 or something. f6 is looming. I have bishop h3 sometimes. I have to watch out for this square. But let's just do some solid moves and see what happens. It's not so easy to, play this position with black, of course, being down on time as well. And now I did swindle him into losing a rook. Now this pawn is probably even queening. And Spanish resigned. So that's going well. Except for the game, of course, that I lost on time. But other than that, I'm quite happy with my performance in the early morning. So let's make sure to keep it this way. All right, who wants to play? GM Riro Loke wants to play, so let's see if I can find his challenge. There he is. I like to play against GMs, although I'm not sure if he's a real GM. Okay, so I played g3, knight f3. Let's start c4 this time. Now this is also just a 3-minute game, so I'm gonna need to speed up a bit. Knight f6. Okay, let's go knight c3. All right. So opening wise, I've been playing e4 like all my life until 2006 or so, when I decided to switch from e4 to those kind of lame ass systems with white that I'm playing right now, with one knight f3, one c4, one g3. And that actually went quite well, because at some point I was just kind of tired, sick and tired of those positions that you get with 1e4. Everybody knows what to do against it. People are quite well prepared these days, and in the main lines it's actually quite difficult to get an advantage. So I switched to this kind of stuff, and now I'm out of book, so let me just think before I continue my story. Knight e5 is a threat. I think I can just go b3. Yeah, I'm just gonna go b3. Now, of course, this pressure on the long diagonal looks somewhat scary, but I don't think he can seize it to his advantage just now, and I'm going to play bishop b2 next move. Put my rooks to c1 and d1 and enjoy some space advantage. So I think I'm just a tiny bit better here. Yeah, just put my rooks on the open or half open files and take it from there. Now this maneuver, knight f6, d7, e5, c6 did cost black some time, so I'm not too worried here. I might think about c5, but I think my opponent will play queen a5 right now. So c5 won't make any sense. I might consider a3 then. Let's see. All right, rook b8, but now I can play c5. Don't see a reason not to. Of course, he cannot take because this pin is this pawn is pinned against the bishop on d7. Otherwise, I will either win a pawn or at least ruin black structure. So I'm quite happy here. All my pieces are quite harmoniously placed. So I think I'm clearly better already, and I might be able to beat a GM. Okay, bishop c8 doesn't strike me as the most critical move, so I'm going to play it simple here. Actually, I might want to not play it too simple, but I'm going to play knight e4 now. Of course, I could have taken on d6, but then queens exchange and black has some moves to develop his pieces. But right now, knight f6 is a really bad threat. d6 is hanging, and yeah, I think this is quite horrible for black already. You don't really want to play something like f5, but other than that, how do you control this f6 square? Knight e5, I'm just going to play f4 probably. Or actually, I could take on d6, queen e7. Okay, let's think for a bit here. Not too long though. So f4, knight d7. Let's go f4. There are always some checks on b6, but I should just make sure that I don't blunder anything. Okay, f5 does look a bit dubious. Okay, I'm just gonna take on d6, and now bishop d5 is a really bad threat. Now if the knight moves, I have bishop d5. And it looks like I'm first. Otherwise, knight f2 would be somewhat nasty, but this looks mating, no? I think so. Where's the mate? Does anybody see the mate? Check on e8, king f6. Could just take on c8. Oh, where's the mate? I want to mate the guy. This is just a check, right? Don't see a mate. Okay, I'm just gonna take on c8 and mate him later on. Time was running a little bit short, so I needed to do something. Okay, check on f2. I'm just gonna play king g2. He takes on d1, and then I should be able to mate him somehow. Queen f8 looks mating. And then just remove my bishop. Doesn't actually matter where. Yay! Beat a GM, or at least someone with a GM in his name. Thank you, GM Riro Delce from Spain. Why are you guys up so early? I mean, I can understand if I play against people from across the pond from the US, but why would you be up this early? I guess you're gonna have to go to work after that. Okay. So M. Martinez wants to play again, maybe later, but let's accept some challenges from people who have not played yet. Let's play against Pramod. Pramod is always there in the chats, always quite active, so we should reward him. Let's go, Pramod. Let's go c5. Recently, I've been watching a couple of our series from our library, and I quite liked Robin's video series on the Taimanov. So I'm going to just try it out without having any clue, but I really like the video series. And how do I go here? I think I'm supposed to go a6 and then knight f6 in the next move. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to try something out in this game. I'm going to vary my openings a bit in the course of this show. So I'm gonna try different stuff. All right, f3 is a way to play some kind of an English attack against the Taimanov. I used to play the English attack myself with white against Najdorf and the classical Sicilian and this kind of stuff. Never against Taimanov, because I didn't trust these positions with the bishop being able to go to b4 at various points. I think Robin recommends to take with the pawn in this position, but I'm not sure, so I'm just going to do it. Okay, now I want to go e5, bishop e6. That's aggressive. Okay, let's go. And then bishop e7, short castles, and take it from there. All right, Ankit Soni is asking if I'm supposed to play only premium members or anyone. That's actually a good point. I should only accept premium member challenges, but I haven't been paying too close attention so far. So if you are not a premium member and I played against you, then you were lucky. But from now on, I should take this seriously and accept premium challenges only. All right, except if I don't pay attention, then I will also accept challenges from registered users. So you might be lucky. All right, so what am I gonna do now? Short castle is somewhat strange after playing g4, but I don't think I can make use of this just yet. So I'm just going to develop. All right, so I want a castle, maybe put the rook to d8, although I don't want to exchange too many pieces. And see what happens. a5, a4, b4, something like this is also conceivable. After g5, I always want to hop to h5 and then control some squares like f4. So that's fine. I should not put my rook to d8 too quickly, because then bishop b6 might win some material. Okay, he wants to move the knight relocated to f5. That is actually quite a decent idea. I should make sure to get some counterplay soon. How do I do this? Not so simple. Okay, let's play rook fd8, and then what I want to do is... Oh wait, I just I just said not to put anything to d8, and now I'm blundering the exchange. Alright, bishop b6 is winning the exchange, and I don't have any counter tricks with bishop c5. Yeah, that was lucky. So Pramod didn't spot this opportunity. What do I make of it now? Robin, help me. How do you play this position? Okay, let's go c5. Of course, I'm weakening the square on d5 a bit, but I don't see any way for white to exploit it right now because he took away the c3 square from the knight. So that should not be too big of a problem. a4, no, I don't want to take, I don't want to play b4, but maybe something like, I don't have to react just yet. Alright, I'm gonna play bishop b3, then recapture on b5. If he takes, then recapture on a8. And see what happens then. This bishop on g2 strikes me as a problem child in white's position, but I think white is still fine, but so am I. Alright, knight g3, that makes sense. I'm just going to play a prophylactic move, g6, to stop knight of 5 and this funny business, h4. He really wants to mate me, this Pramod guy. I should try to get some counterplay going. Okay, I'm going to play knight d7, now attack this guy on h4, and then I'm going to play c4, bishop c5, exchange some pieces, and maybe get my knight to d3 ultimately. I hope I can do this. Starting to worry a bit about my king position because his pieces are somewhat concentrated on this flank, but I don't see anything concrete for white, so that should still work. Okay, I want to play bishop c5 and then, if possible, recapture with a knight, put it to d3. That would, of course, be quite a dream scenario. Let's see. Situation on the clock is also quite favorable for me, so that looks good. King to h2, he really wants to mate me on the h-file, I guess. Okay, let's just exchange pieces and take away the thunder from white's position. White will have some dark squared weaknesses on the king side once some pieces are exchanged, so I will try to make use of this somehow. I could play queen. Actually, I can just win some material, so I'm going to do that. Alright, so white is a bit overloaded now. If he takes back on a1, I'm going to take on on f4 and then on g3 and obviously win some material. So that looks good. Almost would not have spotted that, but at the right moment I luckily did. Alright, maybe after this game I should consider trying something different than normal games. Okay, let me just win this game first and consider what I'm going to do. Okay, so I'm a piece up, but my queen is hanging. I should be able to deal with it though. Alright, this bishop is a little bit out of play, but I don't think that's too big of a problem. Queen d2, yeah, that makes sense. Spin is somewhat nasty, but I think I can survive it. Just defend this guy on d7. Now I'm threatening maybe to take on h5 on some lines. But it's not over yet. It's not so easy actually to unpin, and my bishop is kind of stuck here. My hopes are a little bit on the clock situation too. I might want to play king g7. Actually, maybe I should just go to e8 to defend this rook on d8 and then move my knight in the next move. I think I'm going to win on time anyway. But of course, it's always good to make sensible moves as well. Alright, So I should win some material now, and that should be it. All right, one on time again. Thank you, Pramod. Not a bad game, quite well played, although I did not exactly like the decision to castle short side after you played g4 because you have some weaknesses there. Maybe you should have castled long side instead and try to get some attack going with the king on the other flank. But other than that, you did play purposefully, so I quite liked that. All right, thank you, Pramod. And Rest in Pieces wants to play. Let's do it then. All right. There he is. Okay, next game, actually, I want to try something different. So I would like to invite you guys to make a custom challenge and to challenge me to a custom game, obviously. And that could be something like, say, starting from a position that is of personal interest to you, like, for example, an opening position that you've been wondering how to play. I would gladly accept these kinds of challenges. And also, I'm gonna allow some time odds, which should be not too unfair, but something like 5 against 3, depending on your rating. That would be maybe quite fun to play. I know that Peter is going to give time odds as well. He actually has a whole elaborated table of time odds already published. So Peter is going to play some Banter Blitz between 6 and 8 p.m. today. And I think you guys will have some good chances to beat him, although of course he's a very, very strong player, because he will simply have less time than you on the clock. So I'm willing to try this as well. And I'm curious to see the challenges, what you guys will come up with in the custom challenge. All right, let me think about this game now for a change. This is a Catalan, but somewhat of a different line than the main lines. I played a little bit, or I tried to play a little bit tricky with queen c2 and queen takes c4 before castling to lure my opponent into a line that is not well known, and for black at least, and it's actually a little bit tricky, but I feel like he's gotten a decent position. Oh, my opponent is connected. That's bad, and he reconnected. Not sure how to continue here. Knight e5, knight c5. Actually, I think I'm just going to exchange this bishop and take it from there. Not sure if white has any advantage here, but I do have some control here in the center, and I do have control over the c file, which is quite important. Yeah, that was also a good move. I like how Rest in Pieces is playing his position here. I'm gonna provoke a weakness with bishop g5. I think black should play f6, otherwise I would play e4 and kick this knight away. And now just retreat my bishop. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was all too clever. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna play knight f4 in the next move, if I'm allowed to, and then exchange those pieces in the center and then try to play on his weaknesses. Seems like Rest in Pieces does have some connection problems, so that's a hope of mine as well, to win by forfeit, but of course I don't hope that this will be necessary. Knight b6, yeah, that's a good move. I'm gonna jump to c5 now. That's one of my aces in this position. This half open c file. Do have some controls here, do have some nice squares, c5, c6, so maybe I can make use of this. Rook e8. All right, I wanted to play knight f4, so let's exchange some pieces. Why does Rest in Pieces keep disconnecting? I feel a little bit pity. Is that the right thing to say? Sorry. I don't want you to disconnect, rest in pieces. This is somewhat unfair to disconnect and yeah, basically have less time than your opponent because of an unstable connection. So let's hope that rest in pieces will have a decent connection from now on. The countdown is going. 13 seconds, 12 seconds. Rest in pieces. Please stay alive. We want to finish this game. It doesn't look this way. Oh, too bad. Yeah, sorry, rest in pieces. You seem to have some connection problems. And this game was far from being finished. Of course, both parties have their chances here. So I think white is a little bit better due to some weaknesses in black's position. This e6 pawn is a little bit vulnerable. I have some control over the c-file. The heavy pieces of black, they look a little bit worse than the white heavy pieces. On the other hand, I do have some weaknesses around my king, but I do have some control in the center, like I could play e4, one of the next moves. So I feel like white is a little bit better, but nothing to decide the game just yet. Okay, let me just check the chat. Thank you, Spanish, for complimenting on my style. I think you're talking about my chess style. Alberto Muniz says he just launched a challenge about one of his dubious lines. I would love to accept it, but we have played already, so that would be a little bit unfair to the other players. Crazy lines in the King's Gambit and Grunfeld, yeah, same with me. Man of Light. Have I played Man of Light? I know the name, I have seen Man of Light in the chat. So I'm going to accept the challenge by Man of Light if I find it. Pepper's there. Going well, Pepper, thanks for asking. Shouldn't you be in bed right now? Go to sleep, you have another evening shift, I guess, later on. Okay, so let's see. Man of Light did issue a challenge. Actually, how do I see if it's a custom challenge? I don't play Banter Blitz too often these days, so let's see. Can you actually see this? Power users out there, give me some tips on my very own site. How to use it. Okay, I'm gonna accept Man of Light's challenge and see if it's a custom challenge. Great, it's a custom challenge. Ugh, what is this position? I guess that's old Benoni. And okay, let's play it. E4. Now, okay, first let me make sure that I activate the game. Let me just make one move and then say a couple of words about this position. Okay, let's just go bishop g5. I don't see why not. Okay, so this is a position from the old Benoni. I think that's what it's called. In German, at least it's Alt Benoni. Not sure if I have heard Old Benoni in English, but would make sense. Now, let me just pour some water. All right, so this position, white does enjoy a clear spatial advantage, but the position is closed, and that gives black some hopes to, for example, outplay his opponent later on in the game. No pieces are exchanged except for one pair of bishops that I just exchanged right now. And yeah, this is something for people who like it to take it slow. There's no immediate contact between black and white in this line. The position is closed, not much going on, so there's a lot of maneuvering involved in these lines. I was quite happy to exchange my dark squared bishop because it was quite passive with the pawn structure in the center. And now I played bishop g4 to exchange also my light squared bishop because I shouldn't have taken just yet. Why did I do that? Because this bishop on f3, it's kind of a bad bishop because of the pawn formation in the center, and also the dark squares in the center might become weak now. So I wanted to leave white with a problem piece, and now it's quite imaginable that these, or one couple of knights will become exchanged in the future, and then I can try to make use of my superior minor piece. But of course, until then it's a long way, and I think white is more than fine still. Now I got the chance to get some play going on the queen side by playing b5, which is something that I quite like. Now at my leisure I could take on c4 and maybe try to get something going on the b file. Don't really want to play b4 because then I would struggle to open up the position later on, and I need to open up the position at some point to get some progress going. Not sure what to take with my what to do with my knight yet, so I'm going to play queen b7 for now and then try to double on the b file later on. But I need to improve my pieces, so my knight is not doing a whole lot. I wish I could put it to d4, but I'm not sure if this is legally allowed in the rules of chess. Actually, I am sure. I don't think it is allowed. h5 is a decent move. You want to play h6, but I'm going to stop you from doing so. That's a nice idea. But as long as I don't move my knight, I don't see how you can progress here. So I'm going to take on c4 and then try to double my pieces here, my rooks on the b file, especially now that this rook is gone. I do have some extra control here. So it's difficult to challenge me on the b file. So I like this maneuver with the knight to put it to f5, because then I will have all sorts of trouble with my king. But that came at the expense of giving me some control on the queen side. I'm going to try to exchange queens, since I think that this would make my life easier, because then my king would be rather safe. Now, this is actually quite a good idea. Now, white might be threatening to play queen d2 and create some threats. I wanted to play knight fe8 to defend the d6 pawn and the g7 pawn, but then rook g4 would be possible, or maybe even bishop g4. So I'm gonna keep my knight on f6 for a moment, just to have two defenders of the king. And I want to play queen a4 and simplify. Of course, once the queens are exchanged, I think I'm clearly better. And if white doesn't exchange queens, then I'm going to win one of these pawns rather quickly. Check Benoni. Thank you, Spanish. That sounds familiar, so I think Check Benoni is the right name for this opening. Yeah, I thought about something like this, and I actually don't want to allow the sacrifice on h6, although I'm not sure if it's really that great, but I don't want to give any extra chances to my opponent if it's not necessary. Now g4 makes a lot of sense. My opponent wants to play g5, so he's really stubborn in his defense here. Yeah, I think I should be able to cope with it. So I'm gonna play queen a4, g5, I'm gonna take on c4 with a tempo, and then play something like, maybe I can just take on e4 later on. Let's see where he moves the queen. So I want to take on c4 or on a2. I think white cannot stop his queen side from collapsing. The question is just, can I survive his attack? Okay, now he's taking a step back. I could take on a2. Yeah, I'm gonna take on a2 and play rook b1 and annoy this queen on c1. Still want to exchange it, but my opponent probably won't allow it. Maybe now he will play rook h1 or something, because I don't see g5 working. My knights are actually doing a good job defending my queen side. Having said that, he won't play g5. He of course played g5. Okay, I'm gonna harass this queen. Maybe actually I have some active ideas of my own. Now he should exchange because rook g1 looks really like a dangerous thing to allow for black. Okay, so my opponent just blundered the queen. Of course, that was lucky. Didn't even give me the chance to take it and resigned. But it was an interesting game. Thank you, Man of Light, for your custom challenge. I really appreciate this format. I think, yeah, it's quite an interesting line. If you are kind of a player that likes to take it slow and to outplay your opponent in a quiet, positional kind of manner, then I think the check Benoni is a nice weapon. It's not employed by the top players because it's not supposed to be a very good opening, because you just give out space advantage without having fought for it really, and white has a very free hand developing his pieces. But if you understand this position well and you know the typical ideas, then you can easily still outplay your opponent. And I know, for example, there are some proponents of this opening. I think Austrian women's Grandmaster Eva Moser plays this with black and quite successfully, as I believe. But yeah, there's not an opening that you see on the very highest levels because, of course, those top Grandmasters know exactly what to do with white. But if you're playing against a slightly weaker player, then he might not exactly know the plans, and then you can outplay him. So, all right. Let's continue. Okay, I'm gonna take one more challenge and then probably make a really quick break because, because I need a quick break. But let's accept a challenge from someone I haven't played yet. Who am I gonna take? Okay, there's some people who have been. Oh, Pepe has been has challenged me. Oh, Pepe, you're gonna crush me. That's not fair. All right, let's take it. Don't think that's a custom challenge, but we'll come back to that later on. 3 minutes. You just want to take revenge. All right. Okay, let's play Pepe. So, what is this line? Never played this line against him, of course. I've been blitzing against Pepe many times here in the office or somewhere else. And Pepe is a really, really strong blitz player. But let's see what we can make happen in this game. G6. Okay, I wanna... do I want to play F3 just yet? Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. At least I should do some play some moves rather quick, because this is a 3-minute game. Okay, if he takes, I'm actually not sure how to recapture yet. He should take. Oh, he plays D5. That's interesting. I'm gonna try to open up this position because I'm ahead in development and try to crack open his center. Not sure if this is going to work out, but I do have some ideas. I want to play knight c3, I want to play bishop f4, bishop e5, increase the pressure on the center, maybe knight h3, f4 at some point will be an idea. Then I will see if I can take sensibly here on e4 at some point. Open the f file. I do have queen b3 ideas. This is again some kind of a French structure, but I haven't committed to e3 yet, so my bishop is still alive here on this diagonal. So let's see, Pepe is already taking his time. I think he's not exactly very happy with his opening, but maybe he's just thinking about how to crush me the best. Okay, if I take too early on d5, then he will have knight c6 available. G5. I could play knight f2. Let me think for a second here. Okay, I'm gonna take on d5 first. Now I'm gonna take on e4. Just try to open up. Oh, this is brave, Pepe. This is brave. Now this diagonal is open, but I'm not sure if I can make use of it. Now, I might want to play d5, put something to d4, or maybe I can play knight f2 and g4 or something. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Pepper, you should really go to bed. Why are you playing Blitz? You're crazy. Okay, g4, he might just... Nah, let's go g4. Let's try it. Why is he playing? Oh, e3... d4 is hanging. So if I take on e4, he's just gonna take on d4. So what do I have? Bishop e3, d5. Let's go d5. Yeah, maybe that was not the best move because I could have used this diagonal on some lines like queen b3 and b7 would be hanging, but at least I'm taking away this c6 square in this line. Okay, rook e8, that makes a lot of sense. Could put my bishop to d4. I should play quickly. Okay, I don't see anything better. Of course, I do have some pressure on the f-file, but I can't see a way to make use of it. So I'm just gonna put my bishop to d4. Yeah, this is getting complicated, which is not the best thing when you have to talk at the same time. You cannot take on d5 because I'm going to take on g7. I might want to play queen b3, rook d1 if I get the chance. I have to watch out for e3 thrusts, but at least it would open up my bishop diagonal. Actually, quite an interesting idea will be knight h1, knight g3, just to improve my piece, open up the f-file and increase the pressure. And Pippa's thinking a lot now. Maybe knight b4 is an idea to increase the pressure here. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna play knight h1 now and hope that he cannot take on d5, but he might just be able to. All right, I'm gonna hope that I'll get some compensation in this line. Oof, let me think. I can take... Why is he playing so quickly? That's not fair. Okay, I'm gonna play rook d1 if he allows me. Oh, he has queen b6. Damn it. Ah, that sucks. Sorry for my language. Need to increase my speed as well. Yeah, just a pawn down now. Do have some counterplay ideas. Give a check. Take this guy. Oof. What? No! Lost some time there. Ugh, what's happening? Okay, I think my position is fine, but I just lack the time. Yeah. Alright, Pepe, you got me there. I'll grant that to you. Okay, so congratulations, Pepe, and now go to bed. You have an evening shift later on, and even though you are quite the machine, you also need some sleep at some point. Are you actually in the office? I don't think so. Pepe's and Jan's plan was to grab some breakfast when they left, so maybe they're playing from some cafe. I don't know. Pepe, what are you doing? Tell us. And also go to bed. All right. I'm gonna take a quick break, some 5 or 10 minutes, just to refreshen a bit, and then I'm going to take more challenges. Feel free to issue a custom challenge, would really appreciate that. I'm really interested in what kind of positions you guys are interested and you will come up with. And then later in the show also I'm going to try some more crazy stuff. Like I really want to play some blindfold. I want to do some live tactics, trainer exercises, and I want to do some handicap stuff, like for example this one. You have to castle queenside. If you guys have more ideas for handicap stuff, like you're not allowed to move some piece, or you're not allowed to put any piece to some square, or you're not allowed to make 3 queen moves in a row or something like this, I mean, there's no limit to your imagination there. let me know. I would appreciate some interesting ideas. I'm gonna check the chat later on, and we'll have some fun until at least 10 o'clock. Maybe I will actually do longer than that. No, probably not, because the girls are taking over from 10. But someone has to do some Spanish stuff as well, so we'll see. All right, I'm gonna take a little break, and then I'm looking forward to your custom challenges, and we'll still have a lot of fun here. So see you later. Welcome back, everyone, to my little Banter Blitz live show here from Hamburg. Been taking a quick little breather, and now I'm back to accept your challenges. And I'm going to accept custom challenges wherever I see one, since I think this is quite a fun feature that we have there. And I just accepted Great Damned Red Spots Challenge, who has written in the chat that he has a custom challenge. So this is why I favor him this time. And I don't actually know which opening that is. Looks like some maybe Alekhine. I don't know how the knight got to c7. Yeah, it might be some Alekhine defense where black played c6, then after c4 retreated the knight to c7. And we'll see what happens in this position. So it's my turn, and I'm gonna play bishop e2 and start the game. All right, I think this opening line is slightly favorable for white, since he does have some space advantage, and there's no minor pieces that have been exchanged, so this space advantage is actually worth quite something. Black might increase the pressure on the d4 pawn, so if I play h3, he's gonna take and play knight e6 maybe. But I'm not really afraid of that. I'm just gonna play bishop e3 first, and I wanna put the queen maybe to b3, rook a d1, just to defend this pawn prophylactically. Not sure if this was necessary, but I can wait with h3. Is what I think. So, Man of Light is saying, indeed a great feature. He was not aware of it until today, and I'm feeling like maybe there's more of you guys out there who don't know that it's possible to do custom challenges as a premium member. So I think you should know, and it's a great feature, and you can train your openings and do odds on the clock against your friends or against someone from the play zone, but be sure to play fair, because it's not fair to create a custom challenge with mate in one and then just win a game like this. Although it's fun, it wouldn't be fair to your opponent, but everything is possible. You can also be training things like mating with bishop and a knight against the bear king or something like this, or winning with I don't know, rook and bishop against the rook, or defending with the rook against rook and the bishop. The possibilities are endless, so make sure to check this feature out, and also make sure to keep interesting challenges, interesting custom challenges coming, so we can have some mutual fun. All right, I'm having some one-sided fun in this position, and I think the nature of this why this is unilateral is because of my strong bishops. The bishop pair is quite worth something here, and my opponent just weakened his c6 pawn really badly. I can play queen a4 and attack the guy on a6 and the guy on c6, but then he's going to play knight b8. But if I don't see anything better, I'm going to do it. Yeah, I think it's good enough. Of course, knight b8 is a very passive move to make, and it's not easy to develop after that, but oh, come on. It's not over yet. You can play knight b8 and then try to do some stubborn defensive moves. But okay, sorry, Great Damn Red Spot, that it went so quickly. I hope you got the custom position with the color you intended to, but don't resign this quickly. You have to be really resilient in your games, especially in your real life games. I understand defending is not a fun task, but if you want to improve as a chess player and raise your elo, then you have to be willing to defend, and you have to somehow actually draw joy out of defending tasks and defend creatively and stubbornly, and try to make it as difficult for your opponent as possible. So I think many players can improve their results just by still trying to enjoy the position even when they're defending. Look for creative resources, and also do stuff like playing on your opponent's fears. Like when you try to convert a position, then as the superior party, you of course have some fears of counterplay or counter attacks, and as the defending side you should be trying to seize this to your advantage and create some ghosts in the position where there actually are none, and just inject your opponent with some fear, and then he will not make the most critical moves. Maybe he will make slightly inferior moves, and then your position will improve. So don't resign too quickly, guys. This is quite an important skill to be able to defend well. Like, for example, Nakamura is a very good defender, Karyakin also very stubborn, and you can gain a lot of points by it. All right, that was quite a long speech. Let's keep the games coming, and Maximilian Meinhardt is there. I just wrote to him via WhatsApp in our group chat. We have a Backhouse group chat with a couple of chess players we're friendly with, and Maximilian is located in California these days. He accepted a position as at a university where he's teaching American studies, I think, to Americans as a German, which is already quite the feat. And Maximilian is obviously up right now. I think in California it is 9 hours prior to our time, so it's 11 in the evening. And how do you go here? I'm gonna go 92. So Maximilian is still up, and he accepted my challenge to challenge me. Now, you know Maximilian probably from the side. He's an author who has done a couple of video series and also some live commentating and some live shows, and I'm going to try to crush him. All right, so I quite like my position here. I have harmonious pieces, and I'm gonna try to, again, seems like this is a recurring pattern, put my rooks to the center, and it's a little bit difficult for black to find a spot for the queen. Like, imagine my rooks coming to c1 and d1. Where would the queen go? I can hide on b1 or maybe even b3, but where does the queen from d8 go? Not sure. All right, I might... how do I go here? I'm gonna play rook fd1 for a start. I want to play rook c1 and queen b1 in time, and just keep the tension in position. d4 is quite a committing move always to make. This pawn might become weak. Also, it gives me some squares like the e4 square and a minority on the queen side. h6 is a little bit slow, Maximilian, I believe. Maybe should have tried queen c8, queen c7, queen b8 or something. I feel like I'm a little bit better here, but of course I need to make it something more concrete in the future. Okay. As you can see, this is my second coffee already. It's 8 o'clock in the morning in Hamburg, from where I'm streaming. I've been up since 5:30 and didn't really go to bed that early yesterday, so I'm still a little bit tired, but I think I can make it work here against Maximilian. I was actually quite surprised to see how many people are up so early in the morning. The tube was quite packed for the fact that it was 5:30 in the morning when I took it. So some people actually have to get up this early on a daily basis, which is, oof, that would be quite hard for me. So what do we have here? Now, Maximilian had to put his queen to e8, but of course that is somewhat subpar. He would have loved to put his other rook to d8, but that is not legal. Now rook d8, rook cd8, I do not quite understand his intention. Now I could consider knight e5, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to exchange minor pieces. What else could I do? c5, b5, let me think for a moment. Actually, I think I might want to go e4. Wanna go e4? Let's go e4. Yeah, let's do it. Not sure about this move because I'm opening up his bishop, but this is quite a typical way to play. I just increase the pressure on the center, and I'm thinking to open up the position and make use of the fact that his pieces, his heavy pieces on e8 and f8 are somewhat yeah, badly placed simply. And now I have a little majority here on the queen side. I have decent pieces, and let's see what I can make out of it. It's nothing too dramatic this far yet, but it's a little bit better for white, except if I'm missing some tactical idea. Of course, he could take on e4 and remove the knight, but the knight would have to defend the bishop, so I'm not too afraid of that. That's actually quite a decent move, but now I'm going to ruin your pawn structure. Okay, this is kind of something to deal with already. Could consider rook d7. What is he threatening? Does he want to play knight e5? I don't know. Could just put the queen somewhere to annoy his pawns, to attack them. Knight h4 is also an idea. How do we go about here? Maybe queen c1, queen f4 for starters, just to get the queen a little closer is a good idea. Let's see. Now, black might find it difficult to make moves that don't blunder anything. I have rook d7, I have knight h4. What kind of ideas do I have other than that? Yeah, that's actually a good idea to exchange this guy on the d file. Okay, I need to think now. I really don't want to exchange the rooks. But what can I do? Rook e1. Giving up a little bit of control there. Okay, let's try. I'm not sure if this is really a good move, but I want to keep the position complicated since Maximilian doesn't have a lot of time. Queen h5 is in the air, knight h4, things like these. It's not threatening too much yet. What can I do? Maybe I should just go knight h4. Yeah, I didn't play this perfectly. Let me think. Nah, this didn't go too well. But okay, I'm gonna exchange those bishops. Try to put my knight maybe to h5. Ah, he wants to go to d4. That's a good idea. Yeah, I gave away my advantage probably. He's playing quickly too. All right, attacking this guy, but really I'm not sure what I'm doing here, to be quite honest. Play well. Okay, let's give a check. Maybe a friendly draw offer. Do I want to take the draw? Don't see anything better. Yeah, let's take it. No, he doesn't want it. Mean guy. He wants to beat me. My knight on h4 is defending f3, so I'm not too worried about this. He might... What? No! Oh, nice one. Nice one, Max. Nice. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna resign. Actually, I'm gonna let him mate me. Yeah, that was quite a nice tactical blow, 92, and then I'm mate on the back rank since this queen is controlling the diagonal and the g2 square. So congratulations, Max, you really got me there. Yeah, yeah, I don't know, somewhere I really played not too well at some point. Here I'm sure that I must be really, really good. Maybe this is, with precise play, this is almost winning. But of course, didn't play too well. Yeah, maybe rook d7 is an idea, or maybe b5 immediately. I'm not sure what's happening. Not queen c1, maybe b5. Takes, maybe takes. Now if he takes on g2, I might have knight d7. Bishop h3, I don't know what's happening. So if he takes here, yeah, still black is alive. I don't know. One would have to analyze this a little bit deeper. Maxi is here, the poet. Yeah, that's true. Maximilian is quite the poet. And also on the chessboard, apparently, quite a nice poem he created there with knight e2 check. So congratulations, and I'm going to seek revenge on someone else. All right, let's go with Brain Boy. Yeah. All right. So, okay, let's go e4. I told you guys that I've been playing e4 basically my whole life until some moment in the past. I've been playing it as a kid, as a junior player, and even after that. So I do have some dark memories about the theory of this thing. And I'm going to play a line with short castles against the dragon. Some kind of a pet line of mine. I've scored so many points with this opening. Don't know why. I think the positions quite suit me, and they don't suit the black players who really are up for crazy positions when they play the dragon usually. And this is quite a calm opening, and you really need to play patiently here. And yeah, this is why I like to play with short castles against this dragon line. I actually even beat Tivyakov once in this line, rated 2680 or something back then. So I do have also some sweet memories. Now, what's the idea of this position? The structure is actually quite common with the e-pawn recapturing on d5. Now I have gotten the pair of bishops, and I just want to play it kind of slow. My opponent inserted a5, a4, so I do have this b5 square for my pieces. I do have some pressure along the half-open e-file, and I do have a space advantage. Right, so he's attacking my d5 pawn. I have to make sure that I don't drop it. I can go to b5. A draw offer? Why would you do that? Don't you want to play some chess? Of course, I'm not going to accept it. Okay, so I would like... Oh, come on, don't offer the draw on each move. That's not a nice thing to do. I would like to play something like b3, c4. Actually, I'm going to go b3 now. Control the c4 square, and I want to go c4 at some point, but I might want to play rook a2 first. And if I get the setup, like with c4, rook a2, maybe rook e2, then I'm enjoying quite a comfortable position. And I have a space advantage, very solid structure in the center. And also this pawn on a5 is going to be weak. Now, knight g4, I can just go h3, no? Ah, he wants to go knight f6. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. c3 is not hanging because I'm going to take and play queen d... Or is it? Well, let me think for a bit here. He wants to go knight f6. Okay, I'm going to go rook a2 so I can answer knight f6 with c4, and if he takes on c3, I'm going to recapture and play queen d4. Then the knight, well, I have the feeling that black's position should be slightly overloaded. At the very least, I have bishop d2, bishop takes a5. Also, you don't really want to give up this dark squared bishop in this position. So, yeah, my opponent didn't take, but I think it would have been the critical move. Now I'm really quite happy. Black has made a lot of knight moves, but I'm not sure what the benefit of these knight moves was. He cannot really play e6 because this would only help me develop my initiative. Okay, so now please stop offering the draw because it's not a nice thing to do. Knight a8 is actually not such a bad move. So what am I gonna do now? a5, okay, I'm gonna speed up at the very least. e7 and a5 are weaknesses. I'm not sure if I can make use of this just yet. Let's think. Okay, I'm gonna play bishop d2, provoke b6 so that c6 becomes a weakness. Now I'm gonna go g3. Now if my opponent goes knight c7, I'm gonna go knight a7 and then knight to c6, increase the pressure against this pawn. He can go e6 or maybe e5, so I cannot take here really. But I can play bishop h3 now. Okay, I'm gonna speed up because otherwise I'm gonna have trouble scoring in this game. Bishop c3 could be a move. Okay, now I'm just gonna claim this pawn as my own. I think I'm gonna win it. And then hopefully black's position will collapse. Knight c5, I'm just gonna take on e6, take again, take again, take again, and win material. Stop offering draw, brain boy. Bishop g2 is also in the air now. Okay, I'm gonna just take with the knight, and then bishop g2 is a threat. I'm gonna play it. I wanna also take on g7. Stop offering draw. And maybe bishop c3. Yeah, I think this is close to winning already. Now I'm just collecting all the material. And, well, I'm just gonna take the queen. This is not a check. Okay, and now I should really win some more material. Okay, knight d7, that still works, but this position, of course, is just winning. I just need to... Okay, I need to speed up at the very least. Ugh, this might be a problem, actually. Go! Go again! Yeah, this could help. No! Damn it! Alright, congratulations brain boy, but please don't offer draw every move. That is not a nice thing to do, and we don't want to annoy our opponents. Don't do it, it's a bad thing. Still congratulations on the win, quite deserved. Not really, but yeah, I really need to speed up. Okay, let's go on. Who's got a custom challenge for me? I'm gonna accept custom challenges where I see one. So I'm gonna accept one chance. I think he has been... there's a custom challenge. Yeah, he's been active in the chat as well. And we should reward this. Good morning, Malte. Our community manager is here. Okay, let's go. So it's my turn and I'm a pawn up. I'm gonna take this pawn and be happy with it. Don't know which opening this is. How this came. F takes e6 even. Why? Phew. Okay, let's just make some normal development moves. Knight c3 looks like a good starting point. And then at some point try to increase the pressure against this e6 pawn. I was briefly considering queen h5 check, g6, then queen e5, but I felt like I'm just helping black's development there. I think I want to fianchetto this bishop, maybe even put it to h3 at some point, we'll see. Maybe castle queenside too. Let's go knight ge2. Let's keep both options, bishop g2 and bishop h3, open for the moment. Aha, okay, so bishop h3 is not a valid idea anymore, so I'm going to put it to g2. Actually, now I'm going to just castle short side, I guess. Okay, I'm a pawn up and I don't see any compensation, so I'm quite happy. He might want to castle long side. I'll just play bishop g5 and see if I want to go queen d2 and long castles. After that, it's quite an annoying pin. He can play g6, h6 of course, but then I felt like he was going to weaken his light square complex. I'm not going to take on f6, just retreat and take it from there. Okay, Black probably wants to play queen d7 castle, long side, or maybe not. Okay, I'm just gonna castle. And after all, I'm a pawn up. I can play queen d2, rook a e1 for a start. Can play knight e4 if I like to, maybe swap some minor pieces. It's always a good idea to exchange, or not always, but as a rule of thumb, it's usually a good idea to exchange minor pieces if you're a pawn up. It's usually also, as a rule of thumb, a good idea not to exchange too many pawns if you're a pawn up. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to exchange a pair of knights, and by playing knight e4, I created a new square for my other knight on c3. So I want to put my pieces onto sensible squares. And yeah, let's see what happens. Bishop f5, that's a logical move. Knight c3, I wanted to do this anyway. Knight d5 maybe would have been more testing, just to grab this bishop on e3. So he wants to grab it this way. Can play bishop c5 maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Am I blundering? No. Now, if black takes, I'm gonna take with the knight, and then this pressure along the long diagonal will be somewhat unpleasant to deal with. Other than that, I'm gonna kick this knight away. Next move. Oh, this is daring now. I can just win some material, right? I can take on d6, take on c6. Yeah, let's go. Not too worried about my light squared weaknesses after that, because I think black doesn't have enough firepower to make use of it. Okay, I'm just gonna grab the guy, take on, yeah, let's go. And I need to make sure to get a blockade on the light squares soon. Could put something to e4. Let me just think for a second here. Can't play f3 because of knight e3. I'm thinking about knight e4, takes, and just, yeah, let's do that. Black can grab a pawn, but at least I could take on d6, and also just generally I really want to exchange this light squared bishop, because in some lines I might get into trouble here on my king side, but this way I can circumvent this in a way. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Ritvik Radha Krishnan does have a custom challenge, so I'm going to accept it. Thank you for the info. And here I'm going to take on d6. Do I have to be worried about something like knight takes f2? Nah, don't think so. Nah, let's go. Hope I'm not missing anything. Okay, so next move I would like to bring my rook into the game. There's some queen e6 ideas, and this this rook on f8 and some knight f2 lines might actually be quite vulnerable due to the fact that the queen is attacking it. Also, queen takes c5 would be a solidating move, the next move. So yeah, I'm quite. That's interesting. That's actually probably just good for black. Does he have a perpetual? Looks like it. Damn it. Ah, no, he doesn't. Okay, if I take king g2, check on e2, king h3, check on h5. I wanted to play queen e6 first, but that doesn't really give me too much. Ooh, let me think. Did I just spoil it? I can play... okay, I can play f3, but he's gonna take it simply. I have a check on e6, but I'm not sure what of what use it is. Actually, I think I'm just gonna play f3. Yeah. Then take the guy and play queen d2, and things should be fine. But I almost blundered it here. Shouldn't be too focused on the chat. But I just saw a compliment, so I couldn't help it. Thank you, Spanish. Okay, queen c2. I thought I could just go rook f2. Also queen e6, queen h3 could be possible. Yeah, I'm just gonna go rook f2. Don't see a reason why not to. Need to speed up a little bit. Now this rook on f2 is actually doing quite a good defensive task, but I really need to hold my position together for a moment here in order to later convert my extra exchange. Now this knight is a little bit stranded. Yeah, I wanted to say he can't go to c4 really, because then queen d5 check. He has queen f7, but at least I exchange the queens then, and I shouldn't be too worried now because he's not going to mate me without the queen, and I'm going to exchange it and then convert my extra exchange. I think I'm gonna win this. I dropped my elo, as I can see now, to 2665, so I should really try to win some games now, but at least above 2600, which was my declared goal, so at least that's something. Okay, my rook was hanging, just gonna give a check, and what can I do here? Okay, let's kick out this knight once and for all. Yeah, he can go to f5 and then to d4. Maybe that was not too clever, but I'm thinking about playing rook d5, knight d4, counterattacking here on f3, king g2, and then one of these pawns is going to fall. Now this should actually be quite a simple conversion task, so I should be able to do it. I have enough chance. Not only one chance, actually I think one chance has played against Pepe and Jan before, so lucky day for him today, but it pays off if you stick with it. Okay, b3, I'm gonna just take on e5 and collect some pawns. Yeah, I should be really winning this. Okay, he can play c4, but that will not help his causes either. And yeah, I won. Okay, my rating is unchanged. I guess that's due to the custom nature of our game. Maximilian is challenging me again. I need to get to give the other players a chance to play as well, Max. Maybe later. So this is a custom challenge by Ritvik Radhakrishnan. That is a custom challenge, but still a very common position. So let's just play this one. All right, this is some kind of London collie system. And now this is the fashionable new thing to do, although the super grandmasters play this or have recently been playing this kind of structure with the bishop already out of the pawn chain. Okay, I'm gonna play queen c7, which is quite a tricky move now. If he goes knight f3, then I can just take, and you usually want to recapture with the e-pawn, but then I would just grab this guy on f4 and claim an extra pawn. And this way I'm quite happy with the structure because yeah, I opened the c file for further use later on, and I can work with that in the middle game. Knight e5. No, actually I think I can go knight b4 here, and yeah, after bishop b1 I can go bishop b5 or rook c8 again. It's quite similar to the very first game that I had today. Yeah, maybe just rook c8. Not sure how he will defend this guy on c1. He's probably going to take on d7. I might even consider king takes d7 just to keep this knight jump to e4 available, but maybe I shouldn't. I can also consider taking on c1 then. Okay, castles. Yeah, actually that is the easiest way to solve the problems, but here I thought I could play bishop b5 with a tempo, then knight c2, and he will have to give away his light squared bishop, which will render me quite happy. I need to get my keep my breakfast coming, consisting of coffee right now. I do have a banana, but I don't quite dare to eat it live on the air. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna starve for you guys. Did you see my Chess24 labeled shirt already? I guess I have to hang it a bit higher so you guys can see it. Yeah, we're not producing shirts just yet, although we might at some point. But this is a nice little sticker that we have. And I like to run around with this sticker, putting it onto all kinds of stuff, pretending like it has always been there. You know, as a means of guerrilla marketing, just to get the Chess24 name out there. Okay, back to business. I do have quite a pleasant position. I could play knight e4 or just come on, let's exchange queens. Or shall we? Let's exchange queens, then go knight e4. I want to kick this guy away, this e5 guy with f6 at some point. Yeah, this is possible. f6, knight f3, bishop e2. Yeah, it looks actually quite good for me. So f6, knight f... Or maybe I should start differently. Okay, so I was thinking f6, knight f3, bishop e2, rook e1. I can go rook c1 actually. Yeah. Not so simple yet. Okay, I'm just gonna kick this guy away, then play some bishop d6 or something. Gonna play it slow. Okay, he's going to play rook c1. I'm gonna put my king to maybe d7 or e7. Maybe e7 makes more sense, so I'm not running into knight c5 with a check at some point. But maybe king d7 is fine too. I like my chances here. I like this light squared bishop, which is of course unopposed, and I do have nice control over the light squares in white's camp to have this nice little outpost on e4. And my king is actually also quite close to the center and quite close to the action area. So I'm definitely better here. White might try to exchange the rooks along the c-file or play bishop e1. What's the idea here? Okay, I'm just gonna play b6. I want to go a5. No need to hurry too much in this position. Expand a little bit and kick this guy away. Yeah, actually, this is a valid move, but I thought I have bishop e2. Yeah, let's go bishop e2. Now, my opponent can't really take on e4. I'm just going to recapture, and then it's a double attack. He should take on c8. I'm going to take back with the rook. Well, he did it. But now I'm just winning. So, yeah, this rook is hanging and the knight is hanging, and I mean, he could take on c8, rook takes c8, play rook d2, but I'm just going to take e takes f3 and defend my bishop at the same time and just win a piece. So probably the best move now would be just knight d2, but then of course I'm an exchange up and it shouldn't be too difficult to win this game. In the meantime, Max is chatting. Great background, by the way. How was the Carlsen experience in Hamburg? So yeah, it is a great background. Our designer Vahan did it really quickly yesterday for the upcoming birthday shows, and yeah, it's really nice. So happy birthday to us. While talking about the background, I'm almost blundering my pieces here. My opponent could have played bishop c3 and then captured my rook maybe with knight a1. Now I feel like I'm fine. Again, it's generally a good idea if you're an exchange up to exchange one pair of rooks so that your other rook, which is going to be left, is unopposed. And yeah, here I'm actually even winning some material. Now he has to take, or maybe rook e2 would have been possible. But now I'm just collecting some pawns, and of course the rook is really, really strong in this position. And yeah, there's basically no hope for white. So Ritvik Radhakrishnan resigned. I'm gonna reply to your question during the next game, Max. Let me just accept the challenge. Oh, another friend of mine is here. I don't wanna play only against friends, but I actually asked Jochen, this is Jochen Dahm from Germany, FIDE Master, to give a challenge, and that's what he did. I'm gonna try a very dubious line here with b4. Knight d5 would have been possible, that's a different story. Jochen is playing really, really quickly now. So the idea of this quick b4 is simply to get some expansion on the queen side going before black has the chance to play knight c6. Yeah, I could take on a5 or play a3 or play b5. Okay, let's go b5. Not sure if this is too great for white, because now he has a square on c5, and also I'm gonna go knight c3. I really want to exchange this guy on c5 because it's a really good piece. e4, wow, he really wants to crush me. Let's see, I could take, but then I would give away some squares. Okay, I'm gonna go knight e1, and if he takes on d3, I'm actually going to recapture with the knight just to get my piece back into the game. Okay, that's possible, but yeah, it's actually quite possible. I want to play maybe d4. Let's go d4. He wants to go knight e6 and knight g5, something like this. No, he doesn't. Okay, then I'm fine. I want to go knight e3 later on and try to create some pressure against this pawn on e4, maybe rook e8 now, but it's not so clear what black is supposed to do with this bishop. So he goes g5, that makes a lot of sense. Could go knight d5 or knight e3 and knight d5. Maybe let's go queen d2 just to get a tempo. Black needs to play h6 now. I could think about f3 maybe. Should I go f3? Okay, let's go knight e3 and then maybe f3. And if he takes, I'm gonna take back with the bishop. Not sure. What am I supposed to do here? I want to put the piece to f5. I really should speed up. Okay, let's go f3. Take back with the bishop. Now he needs to take care, at least I thought, of this pawn. I'm going to grab it. Okay, and go home. Mission accomplished. Now I want to put the knight to f5. He's really playing quickly, this guy. Which is, of course, a very good idea. So I'm going to speed up a bit too. He should take and do some knight jump, I guess. Knight g4 or something. But I have knight d5. Yeah, that's a good move. I need to defend this guy on c4. Okay, I want to double on the f file. Yeah, that is a bit unpleasant. Okay, I'm just gonna go away. Or am I? Oof. Knight g4. Okay, let's go away. Otherwise I would have trouble defending this pawn on c4. Knight g4 makes sense, but now I thought maybe I can... No, I can't do that. Knight d1, is that an option? No. Oof, I'm in trouble and I don't have any time left. Now, this one is hanging too. Ah, what am I doing? Don't see a move. Okay, I'm gonna play rook f1. He's going to take probably and play knight e3, but I have to live with it. I might take on f7 maybe, or some knight e4 move or something, I don't know. But I needed to play something. I'm going to lose this game probably on time. Yeah. This looks really bad. Yeah. Really, really bad. Yeah, I'm gonna lose this game. Why is he playing so quickly? This annoys me. Yeah, this is now just losing. Oh, maybe my position is kind of okay in a way, but I'm gonna lose on time, of course. But it ain't over till it's over, although it should be over now. Yeah, all right. Congratulations. Now go to work, Jochen, and don't stop beating me. All right, so I invited two of my friends to play against me, and of course they both played and both beat me, so congratulations. Yeah, what happened in this game? Yeah, this line is actually not that good, probably. I like e4 because if I take this pawn, black is just going to recapture, and then he will have this eternal square on c5, and yeah, knight e1, bishop f5 is somehow clumsy as well. Alright, congratulations. Dropping down with my elo, but I will have to live with it. Alright, who's got a custom challenge for me? I'm gonna take someone who's been a little bit longer on the list. So that would be fair, I guess. Let's play against Robert Pijou. I hope he's there. Oh, that's a custom challenge. That's great. I don't have any idea about the Grunfeld, but I'm gonna have to live with it. Okay, I'm gonna play g3. I have no clue about this position. I'm not a Grunfeld player with black, neither am I a d4 player with white. But it shall do somehow. Okay, now I just want to put my knight to e2 and not play e4. I feel like in this way, I think that's an opening line. That's possible at least. This way black will not get too much pressure against the d4 pawn. I have a pawn majority in the center and try to take it from there. I'm gonna play something like maybe a4, bishop a3, just to get some more grip on the queen side. He might want to play e5 or something, but then I'm gonna play d5, I guess. e4, not so clear. Let's see. Not really a great Grunfeld expert, but I'm just gonna try to play the position. Yeah, that's a good idea to put the knight to d6. I want to play e4, but then again, I don't want to play e4, so okay, I'm gonna put the rook to b1 prophylactically, so that e4 is not possible. And black should just simply put the knight to d6, but now he allows me to play d6 with a tempo, and I think I'm quite happy with that. Or am I? I want to put my queen to d5 at some point. Yeah, okay. Let's take and go maybe bishop a3. So I want to put my queen to d5, and of course c5 is quite a nice square for the knight, so he should play rook c8 to support this knight there. But I feel like I can play queen d5, rook c1 or something, and this pawn is actually quite a pain. So let's go. d7 was a threat as well, but he should have played rook c8 and put the knight to c5, I feel like. Maybe I will have some knight jumps later on with knight c3, knight e4, or knight b5. Right now I want to put something to c7, but of course he's going to challenge that by putting a rook to c8. What else can we do? Queen a4 is somewhat of a nasty move. Okay, I'm gonna play rook c1 for starters. Rook c8 is coming, and I'm just gonna put the other rook to d1 maybe and see what happens. Not sure what black will play. I'm somewhat worried about my king. It's a little bit weak, and my knight is not doing all too much, but I can't really go knight c3, or at least I didn't want to because of knight c5. Okay, maybe I can just go knight e4 and take it from there. Salad Days is asking 3 or 5 minutes. Your choice. I like to play with 5 minutes when I'm bantering at the same time, but 3 minutes is also possible, although a little bit more challenging for me. So pick your own time. You can actually also pick a time control with increment. I'll be open for that as well. And I think what I'm gonna do next is to have one of my handicap cards, which I won't tell which one it's going to be in the next game, only when the game starts. And I want to accept the challenge and play with a little bit of handicap. I think I'm gonna select someone with a slightly lower rating so that I have a chance, and we'll see how that works out. Okay, so I think I'm slightly better here due to this pawn on d6. It's really quite unpleasant, especially in a blitz game, to deal with a pawn like this. Yeah, but I think black's position objectively should be still quite holdable. Okay, I'm gonna put my queen to d5. It's always nice to have a centralized piece like this. And at some point I really want to enter on c7. Now I can take and play d7, no? Queen d8. Maybe bishop b2. Yeah, that looks quite unpleasant. I just want to take on e5 and combine my threats with the passed pawn against threats against the king, and don't really see a defense. Yeah, I thought here I could just play queen c. Yeah, I could play queen c6 and queen c8, but he has bishop f6 then. Still, let's do it, because then I could take on e5 at least. Yeah, and also I have f4 ideas. Now I think I'm just winning because bishop c7 is a very lethal threat. Yeah, it doesn't really stop me from playing this move. So, should win here. Great. I keep winning the custom challenges, but that doesn't give me any extra rating points. But okay, I can live with that. Who's got a nice challenge for me? Okay, let's accept. Yeah, actually. Okay, I promised that I was going to take a challenge. Well, I mean, in this challenge that I'm going to take, I'm going to play with a handicap, and this is going to be my handicap. I'm going to castle queenside. Not sure how I'm going to deal with 1c4 castling queenside, but we'll find a way. All right, I'm going to have to castle queenside in this game. I'm probably going to lose without any chance, since Tiger, Shark, Tiger is already quite a strong player. But there are some lines where it's possible actually in the English to castle queenside. Not this one though, probably. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, I need to play b6, bishop b7, and then castle queenside somehow. Oh, this is... Oh. He's gonna think I'm crazy castling in this position to the queen side. But promises are promises, so I'm gonna make it work somehow. You can play, of course, d5 at some point. I'm just gonna go... Yeah, that's possible. Actually, I want to exchange one minor piece. That's always a good idea if you have less space. Okay, I'm gonna... there are some options. I could take on c3 and then play f5, knight f6, something like this, and then castle queenside. That is actually quite a viable option. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna go a6 to prevent any knight b5 jumps. Now queen c7, of course he's going to go f4, then bishop g7, and I just want to go d6, knight f6, castle alongside, and see what happens. Of course white is better here, but nothing too dramatic has happened. My bishop on b7 is actually really bad. Okay. Yeah, I guess if you exchange queens, then I can't castle alongside anymore. So I would have broken my promise. But I can't really go... Okay, so now at least I fulfilled my duties. I'm gonna take back with the king, because yeah, the king can support this pawn chain here then. He doesn't want to. And that makes a lot of sense. Can't really defend those guys all too sensibly. Yeah, I'm in trouble. can't even take on c3. Yeah, that's quite a strong move. What to do? I need to play b5 maybe. But this is really awkward. Let me think for a second here. Yeah, I'm just busted. Okay, I'm really busted here, but I'm gonna try to confuse him now. Yeah, no, I'm just confusing myself probably. Yeah, knight a5 is coming as well. I might as well just resign. Let's give a spice check on d4 first. I wanted to play rook b8, but I mean, he can just take on b6, play bishop a5, and it's game over. So, yeah, I'm gonna lose this one. Wasn't the best idea to take this handicap challenge against Tigahai, but what can you do? Yeah, bishop a5. Okay, I'm just gonna go knight f6 because I don't see anything too deadly yet, but of course my position is completely lost and I can't even move my pieces here. I don't actually know what to play. I'm gonna go knight g4 maybe, just create some squares for my pieces. I'm really bad on the clock as well. I can't really move anything. Can't move my king. You can repeat moves, that's fine. Okay. Ugh, that's a strong move. Yeah, I missed this one. It's with a check. Yeah, it's I can resign here. Yeah, that's over. Okay, he's going to take on d7. Oh yeah, that's right. All right. Well, congratulations, Tigahai. Obviously quite a strong player, so that was quite logical. But I'm gonna keep on doing the handicap stuff. All right, let's accept someone from a little bit below on the list. Let's accept Birdie Boy. Did we have Birdie Boy? Sounds familiar, this name. All right, so now that the game has started, I'm not going to move my a1 or a8 rook in this game. Let's hope that Birdie Boy doesn't know of my handicap, because otherwise it would be really easy for him to play until the very end. So I'm going to try the Benko again. And there the rook on a8 is quite well placed already, so I don't have to develop it if things go well. Yeah, b6. Okay, let me play this line, d6. e6 is the alternative. I'm just gonna play d6 and maybe just take with the queen. Let's do that. And now bishop e2 is the main move. Knight f3 is also possible. Then I'm going to play bishop g4, where only queen a4 is a move after which white can be hoping for something. Okay, a4 is also possible to kick this queen away, create some squares here for the pieces. I'm playing queen b4 to provoke white to go rook a4, since I'll be able to kick this rook away with bishop d7 and put the bishop to d5, to b5, which is quite a nice square for my pieces. But first I want to go knight e8, knight c7, because the knight is also quite well placed there. So next moves I want to go bishop d7, knight b5. But I need to make sure that, yeah, this knight will be developed. Okay, I'm going to put maybe my bishop to b5 after all. Rook a3 would have been the better move, so you have rook b3 as a resource. But now I'm actually quite happy because I've achieved everything that I wanted. Put my bishop to b5. c4 is a very crucial square in this line. And I feel like I have the control over the position. I might take on c4, next move play knight e5, something like this. I wanted to play rook a b8, of course, but that's not allowed. So yeah, if he jumps to b6 and I'm not allowed to move the rook, then I'm in trouble. So I'm going to have to take this guy. Okay, and now I just want to jump to d4 with my knight, and knight b6 I can just take. Actually, might not be such a bad idea to just give up an exchange on a8, because then I could play on freely and not care about this rook anymore. But of course, that would be a stupid thing to do in a normal game, and my opponent would think that I'm crazy, which is basically true. But what am I doing here? I could have just taken on b2. He's playing quite quickly, where there is no need really, because he has more than 3 minutes on the clock. But okay. I do have the control over the position. I'm a piece, not a piece, I'm just a pawn up. Okay, I don't want to give away this bishop. It's a really beautiful bishop. So knight e5 might be one of my next moves. Naturally, I would want to include my a8 rook into the game by playing rook b8, but of course that would be illegal in this game since I'm playing with a handicap. So I will have to find a way around it. Of course, if there will be an ending like king rook against king and I won't be able to move this rook, that would be quite tricky to win. But I'm gonna hope that my opponent will have resigned until then somehow. Okay, rook b4 is possible, knight f6, e5. Yeah, I'm gonna go knight f6. I want to win some materials to force my opponent to resign. I want to go e5, knight g4, and then threaten some knight e3 stuff. Maybe bishop d4 at some point. This construction with the light pieces, the minor pieces, strikes me as somewhat, somewhat unlucky for white. Okay, what can I do here? Rook d2 might be an option. I can actually just, let's go rook d2. Now my idea is rook a3 simply to take on e2, take on e4, and then if bishop takes e4, take on e2, thus winning another pawn. Bishop c4 is of course not a move you want to make, especially since I could take on e4, so I don't see a reason not to take now. And this looks quite good. The downside is a little bit that I gave up the control over the b file, and once there will be a rook on b1 and then later on b6, and then maybe taking on a6, and if I'm not allowed to move my rook, it's going to be quite tricky, but I will try to play around my handicap. All right. Max asked me how the simul with Magnus Carlsen was, and it was very, very nice. It was a very pleasant event. If you are interested in the simul, you can read it up in our news. There are a ton. There's a ton of pictures and videos. We did some interviews with Magnus and also with the guests of honor, Felix Magath and Per Steinbrück, who are quite some personalities in Germany. So read up on that if you're interested. It was a great event, and now I need to play on. All right, I could take on e2, play knight d2, but it's going to be really hard to win this position if I'm not allowed to move the rook. What else could I do? Yeah, maybe I should just retreat my knight. Yeah, I'm gonna retreat it. So his minor pieces are still a bit clumsy. I want to take on d5 maybe. Also knight g4 and some bishop d4, knight e3, knight f2 ideas are in the air. I need to watch out for my back rank problems here, but since the rook is on a8 and it's going to stay there because it has to, probably this is not so bad. Now if I take on d5, he wants to play bishop e4. Yeah, I should take. Then I couldn't really move the knight or I couldn't take on e2, bishop takes d5, because then I would have to move my rook. But I'm just gonna go e6 and keep this knight standing here. Okay, also c4 is now in the air. This knight is hanging. What shall he play? He can't really move the knight. There's no sensible square. I have bishop d4 check, just improving my position a little bit more. I think I should push my c-pawn really soon, just to create some threats. So Magnus won his Simmel 68-2. He played on 70 boards. He played for, I think, 6 hours, and he was still quite happy after the event, and was open for all kinds of interviews and stuff. Okay, I should just push my pawns now. I want to go d4 and I want to go c4, c3 and just push my pawns. That's somewhat of the downside. I'm just gonna go d3 now. I want to go get bishop d4 in. I have bishop f2 next move. That's also actually quite helpful. Yeah, king h2 prevents me from winning material. How do I queen my pawns now? Okay, I'm just gonna go rook bishop f2 and then push my pawns afterwards. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's go d5. I want to go c4, create a really strong pawn chain. It's really a shame I still can't move my rook. Knight f1 might be a good move, but then I have rook c2. Yeah, I'm just gonna push my pawns and hope for the best. If he goes rook d1, I have c4, defending this guy, attacking this guy. That's a good move. Okay, maybe I can just go... No, I can't. You know what? I'm gonna play king e7 and king e6. Okay. Now I can keep my pawn. Some checks. Okay, my opponent is speeding up. Oof, that's a good move. That's a good move. And I won on time, which is probably the only way I can win this position without moving the rook. But at least I fulfilled my handicap challenge. I'm quite pleased with that. And I actually even won an elo point. Who's got more ideas for handicaps? Keep them coming. I'm not too creative myself, so I have solved 2. Which was not to move the a8, a1 rook and to castle queenside, although I lost this game. So I would like to do this one, but of course I don't have a deck of cards here. So what else could we be doing? Please help me, I need ideas. I'm not creative myself. I need to play and talk at the same time. I can't come up with more ideas. I'm sure you guys will find some ways to challenge me in this regard. Alright, I have a lot of challenges here. Who do I want to take? Come on guys, come up with some handicap idea. Otherwise I will just make one up. How about... I really can't think of anything. How about I'm not allowed to exchange queens? Nah, that's difficult. How about I'm not allowed to move any piece to f5 or f4? Let's do that. Okay, so I'm white and I'm not allowed to move any piece to f5 in this game. I hope I won't forget that I'm not allowed to do so. Please protest if I should move any piece to f5. But let's try. All right. One chance has a good idea, which is to forbid me promoting pawns. Now, that is a good idea, but no, wait. I need to promote pawns. Yeah. Not being allowed to promote pawns would be another challenge. But how can I force to promote a pawn if my opponent resigns early? How about I need to I'm not allowed to promote a pawn. I think that's an interesting challenge. Okay, so I'm not going to promote a pawn in the next game. In this one, I'm going to not put any piece to f5. All right, so I'm quite happy with the opening that I got. I have some. I just have one more pawn in the center. I have the half open c file, some kind of a, yeah, maybe even Sicilian structure in a way. A5. Yeah, that's actually an interesting move. I don't want to play a4 because that gives away the b4 square. Yeah, I'm just gonna live with a4. I'm gonna play rook fc1 so that I have this square on d1 for my queen to retreat, so it's not in the way of the rooks. And here are some nice ideas. So what is going on here? Move a piece at a specified move. That's possible, yeah. Sacrifice an exchange. That's interesting. Play 8 pawns and 8 moves. Oof, this is tough. Wait, let me just play a pawn in 1 move in this position. Fianchetto your knight during the game. That's interesting. No check unless it's checkmate. Not promote to a queen. Black can play push a pawn to g4. That would be an easy task for report. All right, there's so many ideas. Thank you for coming up with those. I will implement one of these ideas in the next game, but in this game I'm not allowed to move any piece to f5, and wisely I have not played e4 or any of the openings, since the square on f5 is something that is often needed. Here I don't see any immediate need to put a piece to f5, but of course once the game unfolds there will be at some point, but I will try to play around it. Alright, I feel like I really played not optimally here, giving my opponent this opportunity to play this a3 move. Now he wants to exchange some pieces, but wait, now I'm just winning, yeah? Yeah, bishop b4 was not the best of ideas, because now I'm just winning a piece. Knight takes d5, I'm going to take on b4, and if you would have taken on d2, I take on b6 in between. Rook a6, I take on c8. Yeah, that should win. Anyway, now I'm just winning a piece, and yeah, I should be winning this one even without the possibility of moving a knight to f5. All right, not a knight, just any piece. Okay, so how do we convert? Same way I always try to, just exchange as many pieces as possible and take it from there. It's quite aesthetically pleasing how I managed to put all my pieces onto the second rank, but it's of course of no big use. Okay, my opponent probably wants to play some e5 move. I'm going to stop him from doing so. His bishop is a really weak piece, so I should continue restricting it by not allowing to play e5. What could I do? Yeah, now he's helping me. I'm just gonna grab this pawn. All right. Yeah, and my opponent resigned. Okay. Well, that worked out. So no castling. Okay, that's actually quite a good idea. I'm gonna play a game without castling against someone a little bit down on the list. How about Nick Matta, premium user? Nick Matta from the United States. What time is it in the States for Nick Matta? Anything is possible from 3 o'clock in the morning to midnight. Okay, so I'm not allowed to castle. What opening could I play without castling? Let's play some... what could I play without castling? Okay, let's play some Sicilian. I'm gonna try to play some Sicilian in hedgehog style and deal without castling. Let's see how that will work out. Okay, so basically what I want to do is... Oh, it's 2 a.m. How are you listening to what I'm saying? This is cheating. You can't do that. You know that I'm not supposed... No, I'm not gonna say it out. All right. Okay. I'm gonna still play some hedgehog type of plan. I'm gonna put my pieces... I really can't talk too openly right now because Nick Matta is listening to me, obviously, and that will help him win. So it's 2 a.m. I guess then you're somewhere in, well, one time zone before the East Coast. As you can see, I'm a big USA expert. Oh, huge delay. Nick Mata is chatting with me, but in the meantime, and he's saying that there's a huge delay with the stream, by the way, so no worries. Okay, that kind of makes me a little bit more happy. Yeah, I wanted to put the knight to d7 initially, but now the knight on c6 might be a better place because there's some action in the center maybe going on, and d4 is quite an important square to defend or to control. Okay, I'm gonna put the knight to f6, to bishop to e7, and take it from there. I'm somewhat worried about an early e5 thrust because I'm a little underdeveloped and I might get into some trouble structure-wise. Maybe e5 is not really a good move simply, but I'm gonna live with that. I should try to keep the position closed so that I can somehow deal with the fact that I'm not allowed to castle. And I feel like I'm not choosing the best strategy so far. Yeah, e5 is becoming really annoying by now. I need to keep the position closed. Okay, this is not optimal, but yeah, I'll try to hang on. There's a question whether f4 or f5. What I meant is if I'm white, I'm not allowed to put a piece to f5. If I'm black, I'm not allowed to put a piece to f4. That's what I meant. Sorry for the confusion. Now I'm black and I'm not allowed to castle either side. And that is quite a handicap, although probably just objectively I'm a little bit worse in this position already. But okay. Nick Mata is taking his time. Probably he's still listening to me with a delay, trying to make use of extra information. Yeah, knight h4 is actually quite a good move. He wants to jump to f5 because he's allowed to and play f4 too. Yeah, I don't want to play g6, then f4 becomes extra strong. I really don't like my position at all. Okay, let's go. That's also bad. Okay, I'm really playing stupid moves now. Knight g8, forcing him to go to f5. Then I wanted to just play g6, recapture with the knight on e7, and then go f4, f6, and try to keep my position together. But of course, that's really tricky. He can just simply take on e5 then. He's going to play f4, no doubt about that. Yeah. If I'm not allowed to castle, then I'm really in trouble here. Let me think for a moment. Yeah, maybe I'm just gonna take on f4. That was also just really bad. Bishop takes f4. I need to play some knight c8 and he can open up the position maybe with e5 or something. I'm really gonna get beaten up in this game, I'm afraid. But I can't help it. Maybe I can castle artificially. Not even that is possible. I was considering king f8, king g7, but king f8, bishop h6 just stops all of my plans. Yeah, that is quite a strong move. e5. Now if I go d5, knight d6 check. Oof. I'm really getting crushed here. Okay, knight e6, I'm gonna have to take, otherwise this bishop on b7 will be lost. Then I'm gonna go king to d7 and hope for the best. Bishop h3, I do have f5. So at least I can play normal chess now, since the king has already moved and I cannot castle anyway. But of course my position is just that lost. He can just take on d5. And yeah, just crush my king there in the center. At least I'm down, I'm up on the clock. So maybe I can still hold on a bit. I do have the option of playing knight d4. Maybe I should really do this. Yeah, he could just go queen e4 or something, or queen g2, and I'd be busted again. Now let's try. Okay, queen g2, I'm going to take on d5, play knight e6 and hold on to it. If he takes on d5, on d4, I wanted to take on d5 and now create some kind of a blockade on the light squares. But okay, this is of course more a dream than reality. Yeah, maybe I'm still holding on a bit. This bishop on d5 is actually quite a good piece. You could take on b4, but I don't care about pawns at this point. I have some ideas with bishop b7 and queen and queen c6, but yeah, that's probably not going to work. I need to make it work though, because otherwise I don't see a way to get any compensation. I mean, I could have played queen c6 and just tried to blockade, but in the long term, of course, that would have been dead lost. Okay, this pawn was hanging. I couldn't really play queen c6 check, I think. But now queen c6, it's not a check, but it's... he wants to go rook e7. That's, of course, a good idea. But I might just go... Nah, this is really bad. Can I still make this work? Well, I have to. He does have queen d8, but I'm just going to play king f7. And it's not so easy to deal with this threat on the long diagonal, actually. Oh yeah, he can give a check from there. Forgot about this one. Oof, yeah, that is actually quite strong. That is actually winning, outright winning. I need to confuse him in time trouble, but I'm just busted. Queen d8, king e6, rook e1. He wants to repeat moves. Yeah, I guess I will have to allow it. He wants to win. Okay. That's a good idea, yeah? Okay. I am going to flag him, but of course the game should be lost for black. Okay, I can exchange rooks and yeah, this is probably holdable, but of course I should not win this game. But now, due to the fact that I'm up on the clock by a large margin, I'm going to flag him. Really, really sorry, Nikmata, but I need to make use of such chances when I get them. Actually, now I might have a... Yeah, that was not good. Might have a chance to win this game, simply because of my a-pawn. And actually, this is quite tricky, because now I'm threatening king b3, king c2. Should be a draw, or maybe not. This bishop is doing a good job controlling these pawns, and he can't really go too far with the king to support these pawns, because I'm gonna push f4 and then queen my g-pawn. So very, very lucky for me to win this game. Really sorry, Nikmata, but I was not allowed to castle, and yeah, it worked out fine. All right. Yes, I am actually quite tired, but I will hold on to it for another 40 minutes. That should not be a problem. All right, I need to take a really quick break, but then I'll be back and I'll be accepting more custom challenges. In the beginning of the show, I announced that I might do some tactics exercises, but actually I think I'm going to skip this one and leave it to Miss Tactics. Sopiko is going to have a tactics exercises live solving kind of show later on in the day, during the day, and I will accept more custom challenges and also do some handicaps in the upcoming 40 minutes. All right, so I'll see you in 5 to 10 minutes, and I'm curious to see how my handicap challenges will develop. See you. Welcome back. That was a rather short break, but I'm really excited to play some more Banter Blitz until 10 a.m. When I will be substituted by Miss Strategy and Miss Tactics, who will take over until 6 o'clock in the evening from then. After that, we'll have Peter Swidler doing some Banter Blitz with time odds on the clock. And in the evening, it's again Jan Gustafsson. So let's continue our little handicap stuff. Actually, I wanted to play a blindfold game too for a change. So yeah, I might want to mix it up a little bit. I'm just gonna accept some challenge and try to play a blindfold game for now. I hope this is not too difficult for you guys to follow, but I really want to just try it out once. And I hope you guys will enjoy it as well. So I'm gonna, in the settings, hide all pieces. Oof, it's already difficult. And see what happens. So e4. I'm gonna play e6 since I'm most familiar with the French. And I don't want to have too many handicaps in this game, so this is a... Oh, come on, not again an exchange French. Okay, we have an exchange French, and I'm going to try castle queenside. Okay. This is going to be only one game of blindfold, so don't worry too much, guys, if you can't follow the pieces too well. But I think it's a really good exercise for the ability to calculate lines in advance and to see variations. All right, so I'm getting my long castles set up going here. I played queen d7, now everything is free to castle long side. I really need to make sure to keep the pieces in mind. But I think I've got it covered so far. It's really a shame that I can't see the pieces in the notation. And we will look at the game later on with the pieces on the board. All right, so knight d2. Knight ft2 is trying to exchange bishops, but I think I'm just going to retreat my bishop. Even though it would be probably a good idea to exchange pieces to be able to keep track of them a little bit easier. I don't want to exchange pieces in this position because I want to mate my opponent. So he goes knight f3 back, and I'm just playing f6 to prevent him from coming to e5. Now bishop b5 is possible. Yeah, this is somewhat of a back and forth. I'm gonna go bishop g4 because otherwise I might get some trouble with some loose pieces there, since e6 is not protected anymore. Okay, knight bd2. Yeah, he wants to go knight b3 maybe later, and knight a5. I'm just gonna go knight e7, which is a typical development move. And okay, next moves I wanna maybe even push g5, h5, this kind of stuff. Also some prophylaxis with king b8 might be possible. So yeah, at the very least, now you guys know of this blindfold feature for those who didn't before. And I think it's quite fun to play. It's also possible to only hide your own pieces and have your opponent's pieces displayed, but I didn't do that now. If you guys like this format, let me know, then I'm gonna play another game with it. I like my position, but that's not the only thing that counts. I need to keep track. Okay, c4, he wants to create some counterplay. I don't really want to take. If he plays c5, I want to go bishop f4. I can go h4 or something like this, but then my bishop would be a little bit hanging there. I'm just going to go maybe king b8 for a change, see what he comes up with. If he takes on d5, I'm just going to recapture, and if he plays c5, I'm going to go bishop f4. Now, my next moves could be something like knight f5 or knight g6. Also h4 is an idea. But I really need to focus on keeping track of the pieces. Yeah, I'm just gonna take on c1 now, and then he wants to go knight e3, I guess. Where are the pieces? Okay, knight f5. I'm increasing my pressure against d4. Maybe I just want to take on f3 and then take on d4. I think I know where all his pieces are, but it's getting a little bit muddier with every move. My time is fine. But my position is complicated. Okay, we're exchanging some minor pieces now, which is good as a general news. Knight e3. Okay. I think I'm just gonna take on f3. He will recapture with the bishop. And now maybe g4 works. What do you guys think? g4, bishop takes d5, knight takes e3, bishop takes c6, knight takes d1, bishop takes d7. Tricky. Nah, I'm gonna go knight c takes d4. And I think he cannot take on d5 now. Neither way. I think I have the position in my head, but it's really not simple. It's not easy. Okay, I'm really curious to see the game later on and see what I missed. Okay, he takes on f5. I have to take back with the knight. Don't have any choice. But that's fine. My d5 pawn is protected. I want to go g4 if he lets me and enjoy an extra pawn and maybe even some attacking possibilities. My king is on b8. Oh yeah, c6, that's a strong move actually. Yeah, I forgot about this one. His rook is on c1. So if I take... Yeah, I need to take. At least this bishop is now biting on granite a little bit here on d5. Yeah, queen b3, king a8. Now he might want to pressure the c6 pawn with queen a4 or something like this. But at least I have time to go g4 maybe. Yeah, it's tricky. I'm gonna have to flag him. There's no way around it. Yeah. Rook fd1. Is he threatening? He wants to sacrifice something on d5, I guess. But I don't see that working yet, so I'm gonna go g4. Oh wait, my pawn is on g7. My pawn is on g7. Yeah, alright. Nah, that is... that's unpleasant. What is he threatening? Is he threatening anything really? I'm gonna go g5, just play it a little slow. But I want to go I really want to go g4 and force his bishop off this diagonal, because otherwise he would be creating many threats along the diagonal with my pawns here on c6 and d5. Yeah, it would have been quite handy if the pawn was on g5 already, but unfortunately it isn't. Queen a4, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think I have time to go g4. Bishop e2. Now I should either defend the pawn. Yeah, I should defend it. But I don't want to go knight e7 or something. It's really passive. Yeah, I need to go knight e7. I want to go rook b8, rook b6, something like this next move. But I feel like my position is really dangerous. Ah, if I go rook b8, he's gonna take on e7. All right, I'm gonna defend this guy on e7. Rook c3, that's a good move. Yeah, I have to go rook b8. He wants to go rook a3, but I can't really see a way. Oh, he wants to go rook b3. Well, actually, that kind of helps my matters. Rook b6. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to play really, really quick now. Which is, of course, not the easiest thing to do when you're blind. Fold it. But we'll try. Rook c1. Yeah. Okay, maybe just b5. Go back to f5. I want to put the knight to d6. a4. Yeah, that's a good move. I'm gonna take it. Queen takes. All right, let's sacrifice this pawn and win on time. All right, well, well, that was a very bad game. At least if you would have been able to see the position up. Where is this? Here. But other than that, maybe it was just fine. Yeah, actually 96 was a good move because he cannot take on c6 due to his back rank problems. Let's go through the game really quickly and then try some more custom challenges and stuff. So we had French exchange, and I was trying to get a little bit of double-edged play going by castling along queenside. Now, knight ft2 is a little bit of a strange move. You should develop your pieces, but I didn't want to exchange the bishop, just wanted to keep it here. I wanted to stop the knight from coming to g5 or e5, so I went f6, bishop b5, bishop g4, a little dance of the bishops. Just develop my pieces here. h5 is always a good supporting move to overprotect this bishop on g4, because sometimes there's motives with bishop takes some knight e5, bishop takes g4, and it's also even a pin on f5 on this diagonal. So c4, I just went king b8, prophylactically c5, bishop f4, exchanged these guys. Now tried to exert some pressure on against this d4 pawn. Knight e3 here, exchanged, won this pawn, but c6 was really a very strong and annoying move to deal with. Otherwise, if I play c6, I have a very solid position. White doesn't have any real counterplay. But after c6, even though I'm 2 pawns up, this is really unpleasant, because white does have some serious pressure here, and once this pawn chain might fall, I will be very hard pressed to hold this position. g5 is probably really slow here, but I didn't see anything better. It's probably, I mean, maybe rook takes c6, queen takes c6, rook takes d5 is actually possible. I don't know, because queen c1 runs into rook d1 check. So I do have quite some trouble here along this diagonal. I don't know if I can defend, actually. Maybe this is just winning, so I felt like g5 is maybe not the best move, but it turned out fine in the game at least. So attacked this guy, played knight c7, knight e7, at least defended this pawn on c6. Now rook a3 would have been a really strong move and annoying to deal with, since this pawn on a7 is really vulnerable, and I don't even see a way to defend sensibly here. There's things like bishop b5 in the air. I have knight c8 in some lines, but rook a3 would have been really annoying to deal with. Rook b3 was kind of fine here. I think I'm just winning normally. And yeah, here white cannot take on c6. And otherwise I'm 2 pawns up. Of course, white does have some pressure against these pawns, but I feel like black has really good winning chances. All right, that was my blindfold game. I'm gonna go back to normal chess now and accept one of your guys' challenges. What kind of ideas do we have? Let me just scroll up a bit. Okay, I'm just going to not promote any pawns in this game. No, actually, you know what? My opponent might have heard this before we went into the game. Gonna do something else. First of all, let me decide what to play. Okay, what else could we do? I'm not allowed to exchange queens. All right. I'm not gonna exchange queens. This one will be probably the toughest for me since I like to exchange my queens big time. Let's play something like this. Okay, this is some kind of a hedgehog again. G3 is possible, E4 is possible. Let's just play normal moves. The good thing about the hedgehog is that I'm not exchanging any queens anytime soon. I really hope my opponent didn't hear what my challenge would be. That would make life really, really difficult. Okay, so he just plays normal developing moves, so do I. I'm gonna put my pieces out. B3 is not considered the most aggressive. Here, white often goes A3, B4, this kind of stuff, and this line. But with B3, I'm actually going to play a very interesting idea. I'm going to play bishop D8, bishop C7, and hint at this pawn on H2, just in order to provoke some weaknesses. This is quite a typical way of playing this position, but many white players at least are not aware of it and might be a little bit confused. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Also, a typical idea in these positions after bishop c7 is to play something like king h8, rook g8, g5, and g4. But this is a little bit extravagant, of course, and not to everyone's taste. I think it was Artur Yusupov actually who introduced these kinds of ideas into the hedgehog, but I'm not sure about it. I've actually won a game once by playing d5 in one of these positions and taken on h2 later on, a couple of years ago. Okay, so my opponent is at least shutting down this diagonal a bit, but now I have ideas with e5 and increasing pressure against e4, and also d5 is possible. d5 will most of the time be met with e5, when I think white is quite fine. e5 is risky because after knight f5, my bishop is not defending my king side. I could play queen a8, but then bishop f3 wouldn't really help me. Something went less than perfect. d5, e5. Let me think for a bit here. This is quite a crucial point in the game. Actually considering bishop d8 to support my knight on f6 to be able to play knight c5, but that would be admitting defeat in a way. I'm gonna play something really crazy again. I'm gonna play king h8 and then knight g8. Just some prophylactic moves. Might look funny, but maybe there is some point to this kind of play now. And now I might be threatening some e5 stuff, although I'm anything but sure about my chances here. Also, in some d5 lines he doesn't have a tempo with e5, so that might be playable. I might consider knight df6 also, and queen a8 too. It's really a strange position. I'm sure my opponent is as confused as me. Okay, now that he plays knight f3, he cannot go bishop f3, so I'll try to increase the pressure against this pawn. That's a very sensible move. He's trying to increase some pressure against my king, which is not a nice thing to do. h7 is a vulnerable spot right now. My bishop on c7 is looking really stupid now. I really misplayed it. Katzenpfote is the question has been posed in the chat. What Katzenpfote means. Katzenpfote is cat paw. Now, this information doesn't help me at all to win my game, so I should really focus on playing chess. Okay, I feel like I should at some point really do something. Maybe e5 or d5. Oh, I don't think it's good here. Okay, I'm gonna move my bishop back to e7. That really looks like I have no idea what I'm doing, which is half true. But it's also not so easy for white to play. I might think about some knight h5 motives at some point. Problem is my pawn on a7 will become weak once I put my bishop to e7. He might even think about some knight a4 stuff at some point. We'll see. What else could I do? My knight formation looks really clumsy. And I'm not sure I improved my position after the opening phase in the middle game by my maneuvers. Actually, I'm pretty sure that I made it worse. But still, everything is possible, and we'll try to keep going. Okay, my opponent is somewhat confused, apparently, because he's been thinking for a long time now. Cat paw is taking his time. I don't want to think too much about this position because it's going to change anyway, but he forces me to. Rook e1, yeah, possible. Okay, let's try something here. I just wanna exchange those dark squared bishops and act like he has some dark squared weaknesses around his king. So he could take on d8 and take on b6, but then I would take on f4. That would be good for me, I guess. Let's exchange those, and now... Oh wait, it's a mate in one thread. I really shouldn't blunder that. Oh man. It looks like some kid who just learned chess is playing with black, putting his knights on the rim, letting his b6 pawn be taken. He should just take the pawn. I'm threatening knight takes g4, and I really don't want to win this way by swindling. Yeah, he saw it. Okay, I feel like now's the time to finally break open the position. At the very least, to get some action going. Let's see, this one is not hanging. But it will be in the next move. My position obviously is really bad. I'm gonna play d4 and open the d file and hope that something good comes out of it. Since the bishop will be hanging a bit. Well, let's see. Well, yeah, that was the only line that I saw that was bad for him. Actually, I think I'm going to mate him now. Can I take on... Yeah, I should do it. Take on g4, play rook g3 check, and then mate him with bishop g2. King e2, bishop f3, but it's actually not that clear. Well, luckily I won on time, so that proves me right in a way. But yeah, I don't think it was that clear yet. Well, computer begs to differ. Wait. Yeah, you guys can't really see it. No, I shouldn't have done that. So king e2, let's just check what's going on. I can of course play bishop f3. He should not take. If he goes here, maybe this works. And then the queen is entering via g2 or h1. And if the king goes here, some rook g2. This must be winning somehow, but maybe not too trivially. Anyway, we've got time for at least one more game before the girls come and kick me out of the studio. So I have repeatedly read the idea of fianchettoing my knight, which is what I'm going to do. So, last challenge. Probably last challenge. I shouldn't have said that before I started the game. Man. Okay, let's accept Omid Malek, who has been around for quite some time. And this is actually a challenge, a custom challenge. In the Nimzo. Not an expert on this one, but I'm going to try to go for some Catalan. Also because I might be able to fianchetto my knight later on. Should I really do this? Fianchetto my knight? My opponent knows that I'm supposed to do it. That would be somehow unfair. Something else? Do you have some other ideas? What I could do instead? Something my opponent is not yet aware of. What else do we have? I'm gonna not promote a pawn. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna not promote a pawn in this game. I'm not allowed to promote pawns. I think we can agree on that. I hope. All right. So promoting pawns is forbidden in this game. All right. So this is some kind of a Catalan, or yeah, I don't even know what that is. That's actually a good move, knight d7. Yeah, that's a good move. What can I do? The other knight was not allowed to move to d7 because c6 would be hanging. Thinking about some knight c6, he takes d5, but that probably doesn't work. If I take on d5, he takes... Actually, that looks kind of fun. He might take... Or does it? He might take on e5, but then I thought I might be able to take on c6, and if the knight moves, then I have c7. He doesn't, so I'm going to retreat my knight and not allow any minor pieces to exchange. He's probably going to go back knight f6. Then I have some knight b4 maybe. We'll see. Okay, so I'm not allowed to promote any pawns, which is why winning an endgame would be really a difficult feat to do. Yeah, knight f6. Can of course go knight c3. Let's go knight c3. I'm not sure if knight c6 works because I could take on d5. Yeah, that's safer. I'm gonna go knight b4 and hope that I can play knight b5. Next move, somehow entering there. I'm not sure if this will work, but at least I have the option. My opponent has to think about it, and I think I see some lines where it works, so I'm gonna try it. Now, it would be natural for black to kick back my knights with a6 and a5, but I have some knight d6, some rook c7 ideas. Okay, I'm just gonna grab this guy. I'm not sure if that was a wise thing to do. Yeah, let's just enter. He can play, of course, bishop d5, but I'm just gonna take and play rook ac1, and I have nice control over the only open file in the position, and I like my chances. I wanted to play rook c1, but then knight c some a6 and knight c5 ideas are in the air. Yeah, I'm still gonna do it. A6, I have knight d6. Well, I have to play this move. Still knight c5 looks... Yeah, maybe it's possible, but I must have something then. Okay, this one, now I really like my position. Although the knight on d6 is a little bit unstable. But I think I can make it work. I have a square on f5. Also, I have some pressure against f7. And I can enter maybe with rook 1 c6 at some point. I have total control of this position. Rook c8 is also maybe a threat, even though I don't see a continuation after queen e7. But right now it's quite hard for black to make a move. So he's playing b6. Yeah, I'm just gonna enter. If he plays rook b6, I think I can take the guy. Oh, he might be able to take on c7 then. That's quite tricky. Okay, I'm gonna play rook c8, play it somewhat safe. Well, that is just losing, I thought, because I'm gonna capture the f7 pawn. Yeah, that should be losing. He has a spy check on c1, but I don't care about that too much. Now knight f7, queen d8, everything is threatening, and also this knight is hanging, and the queen is just very, very powerful here. Yeah, and this is just a mate. All right, I think I have time for one more challenge, and the girls won't be too mad if I wait for if I let them wait for a couple of minutes. I just got a challenge by Rushi Chess, and Rushi Chess from India is a moderator on our site, and I think he deserved to be beaten in this very last game. Okay, so he accepted the challenge, so now I could actually unveil what my handicap shall be, and I shall fianchetto my knight at some point in the game. Should I do it now? Yeah, I'm actually thinking about playing knight h4. This is... yeah. Nah, come on. Let's go bishop g2. Let's play some normal chess, and we'll play knight h4 later on. That will be the challenge to make it work. Okay, challenge accepted. I just want to go e4, then exchange on e4 and put my knight to g2 at some point. Yeah, I just want to enable to play e4 just to have more control over the square by opening up this diagonal. That was the logical thing to do. Take on c4. Okay, I'm gonna grab the center. Yeah, e5. Okay, I can play knight f5. But then I would have to delay fianchettoing my knight. I want to play f4, but he would just take on d4. Okay, I'm gonna play knight f5 and fianchetto my knight later at some point in the game. Objectively, I think my position is quite decent, although black is a pawn up at the moment, which is of course always good news. Oh, I really want to recapture this guy on c4. I'm not sure if I can do it. Okay, I'm gonna go d5. I'm not sure if this is a good move, but I'd rather keep the position somewhat closed, because otherwise black's pieces would come into play quite quickly. I do have some ideas with d6, maybe some knight e7 is in the air, although I would be moving away my knight from, yeah, okay, from the g2 square. Now, 93 overprotecting this pawn on d5. Of course, black is just a healthy pawn up now. But maybe I can still make something out of my position. One Chance is saying, thank you for the game, Erla. You're very, very welcome. Thank you for creating a custom challenge. You have to go do some homework. I think that's a good idea. Not everyone can be playing chess in the morning all the time, like me. But this is going to be my last game, and after that I'm going to free the studio for my strategy and my tactics. So I played a4 now to provoke a5, especially since my opponent just played a6 himself, to have a square on b5 for my knight. Otherwise I will kick this knight away and collect this pawn on c4. Yeah, e5 that makes sense. I cannot really go knight b5 just yet, or can I? Yeah, I can. Might want to play some... Actually, I'm gonna go b3 now. After c takes b3, I'm gonna take on d6 and play bishop a3 and collect an exchange. And if he doesn't take, then I'm just going to take on c4 and regain my pawn. That's the idea. And I'm still gonna leave the knight fianchettoing for later at some point where I think my position can bear it. Yeah. All right. Is b2 a move? No, I'm gonna take the queen. So the queen needs to move, and I think I can pre-move bishop takes f8. Now I'm gonna grab this pawn. Now this knight is hanging, and I should be doing really, really well here. All my pieces are harmonious. That one is a good move. Rook b1. Ah, yeah, now he wants to come to c5. I should not have allowed that. All right, I'm going to develop my piece that I expected. Now d6. I really want to make it hard for black to develop his pieces. So I'm going to anticipate his next moves, like bishop b7 here, or knight c4, knight c5, the move before that. And hi girls, hope that I can win. Yeah, actually I can. I'm gonna be done in like 2 or 3 minutes. Oh, actually my opponent just resigned. I'm gonna take a break, or do you want to switch right now? Just come in, girls, come in. I think, yeah, come in, say hi.
Hello everyone, we're gonna be live very, very soon.
Hi there!
Because we will be here for 8 hours actually,
bear
non-stop
with
with all
us.
kinds of shows. Tactics, strategy, banter, question and answer.
Fun banter also. A lot of shows waiting for you, so stay tuned.
Right, actually we can change on the fly if you girls like. I'm just gonna say a couple of last words, not before I die, but before I leave the studio. So thank you, Rushi Chess, for the game. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to fianchetto my knight because you resigned too quickly. But I think other than that, it was a decent game. I definitely had a lot of fun playing you guys for 4 hours, and I'm really excited to do it soon again. But right now it's time for me to go back to my normal office desk and leave the studio to the experts. And make sure to stay tuned for
We'll be here for 8 hours.
8 hours, and also stay tuned until the end of the day, because we're gonna have a banter-ton, a banter marathon until the end of the day today on our 2nd birthday. Also, don't forget to become premium in order to take part in the shows, because girls, you know that you're allowed to only accept premium users. Yeah,
Definitely,
So
only premium members can challenge us, and also premium members get priority when we are asking questions, answering questions. In everything, being a premium is cool.
that's true. We hate to be a little bit discriminating, but we need to
But
keep
we
the
all
lights
love
burning.
to be cool. So be cool.
Yeah, be
Be
cool,
premium.
become premium, and enjoy all the benefits. All right, you girls want to take over?
Yes, but I think we need to bring our stuff. We're gonna be here for 8 hours, so I think we
Ah,
need
okay.
some...
So break after all,
Munition.
yeah? All right.
We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick break, and you'll be in good hands with Miss Strategy and Miss Tactics. All right, guys, stay tuned and see you soon.